Reimer. It is 2:51 a.m. on Tuesday, the 4th of March, 2025. We begin our live severe weather coverage now, and we have had a tornado warning now for a wee bit in the Tom Green County area down in the Concho Valley. It's going to be a tornado warning that is running through about, looks like they've got it through, 3:15 a.m. for a thunderstorm now southeast of the city of San Angelo. San Angelo, you're clear from this tornado warning. You're not going to be dealing with a tornado out of this. Let's be clear with that. So if you're in San Angelo, you got woke up by this thing, go back to sleep, you're okay. You do have a storm over the city itself capable of producing heavy rain, hail, but that's moving east of the city already. We do have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a spin-up tornado southeast of San Angelo, now east of Cristobal. That's going to be generally moving towards the community of Eden along Highway 87 and 83. Again, this is going to be the potential for a spin-up tornado within a line of severe thunderstorms moving east on 87. This thing's moving east at about 50 to 65 miles per hour. The potential for a spin-up tornado here, well east of Cristobal, east of 277. That's going to be still south of 87, but it will be crossing Highway 87 on the Tom Green Concho County line. And again, this is a thunderstorm with multiple circulations. We're likely going to see multiple circulations this morning along the leading edge of this entire squall line, which, going back to the statewide view, you'll be able to see now extends all the way from Interstate 10 and the northern Edwards Plateau and Concho Valley all the way up into southern Kansas. But again, we have a single tornado warning right now, and that's going to be for this thunderstorm across portions of the Concho Valley. It will not be the only tornado warning we deal with this morning in all likelihood. You can see we do have a line of strong storms now extending up through the big country. The only storm of note right now is that storm near southeast of San Angelo. The rest of these storms for the moment are behaving, so those of you getting woken up in places like Winters, Tuscaloosa, Abilene, you're okay. Yes, these storms are strong. They have maybe some small hail, gusty winds, but at this point, no tornadoes, no crazy hail, no crazy winds. We are expecting an uptick in the severe thunderstorm potential across portions of western North Texas and Texoma over the next little while. Next little while being the next hour or two, probably. And this purple highlighted box of blinkiness across, again, I guess the eastern big country, North Texas, Texoma, southern Oklahoma. And that is where we could see an uptick in some severe thunderstorm potential over the next little while. So that is what we're going to be watching for. Oh, yeah, it's a morning. Let's down the Celsius. So that's what we're going to be watching for this morning. Again, we do have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a spin-up tornado. Honestly, kind of near Vancourt now on Highway 87. These circulations are just spinning up very quickly. And that's what they're going to be doing this morning. It's going to be like playing whack-a-mole. These things are going to spin up quickly, produce the potential for localized damaging winds, quick spin-up tornadoes, but sometimes they're just going to pop up and be gone in the span of 5 minutes. So what we're going to do is, since we have a lot of folks wondering what time the storms are going to be saying hello to them, let's just go ahead and we're going to load the high-resolution rapid refresh model. We'll zoom out to the statewide view, and I'm just going to load the data. Let's see how it's doing at 3 a.m. It's not doing too bad. I don't think we have any sort of wonky discrete supercells in the hill country right now, or west or north Texas. We have some showers, but nothing like that model is showing, so, well, it is what it is, but it's doing mostly okay. I'm going to load this data real quick. We're going to go back to the beginning. I'll set it up to where it's like that. We'll zoom in. I'm going to knock some of these city labels off. And we're just going to let this play. So as you can see, this model does have line of storms moving across Texoma, North Texas, even parts of Central Texas over the next several hours. This will be moving through the DFW Metroplex, generally between about 4:30 to 6:30 a.m. Central Time, quickly exiting. As you can see, we're going to have storms probably out of Texas by 11 a.m. Though of interest, you see that activity back in the Panhandle, West Texas. I can't help but wonder. Let's load this product. Is that snow? Well, that's a bit of an alteration to the forecast, but one that's necessary. So, line of storms moving across Texoma, North Texas, Northeast Texas, East Texas over the next 6 hours. Good news, I guess, if you like moisture. Brief blizzard conditions with snow. Panhandle, West Texas. We may have a quick round of snow in Amarillo, Lubbock. That may be able to drop a couple inches of snow around Amarillo. That's become a little more, what the word would be, I guess the potential has increased. So if this is right, we're going to probably get a couple inches of quick snow in Amarillo later this morning with winds over 60, blizzard conditions in the Panhandle. A lot of that may fall as rain. Some of it may fall as wet snow up in the Panhandle later this morning, even into parts of Lubbock, so we may get a quick round of snow out there with blizzard conditions. Severe storm potential remains evident. Texoma, North Texas, over the next 1 to 4 hours. Storms moving through DFW during the morning rush hour. They will then move across Northeast Texas and East Texas between 5 and 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Now, let's be clear. Most of these storms are not going to be severe. Some storms could produce quarter to golf ball size hail. Some storms may produce localized wind gusts over 60.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Callahan, Shackelford, and Taylor County in Texas.
And there is the potential for a couple of spin-up tornadoes. Now, these are probably going to be the kind of tornadoes that develop very quickly on the leading edge of a squall line and typically are gone within 60 to 90 seconds. So some of them may not be warnable. It's going to be like trying to pin the tail on a donkey with a radar map. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So this is not going to be a case where we are going to have long track tornadoes in all likelihood. That was a severe thunderstorm warning now, so we'll go ahead and get back to that. We'll see what's going on. That's going to be in the big country. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for a line of thunderstorms now extending from near Tuscola to Abilene to Clyde up towards Albany. It's going to be in the eastern big country. It's going to be for the potential of damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour. Specifically, we're seeing that corridor of winds over 60 miles an hour up here across portions of the area northeast of Abilene, southwest of Albany. So again, we're going to have winds over 60 miles an hour, straight line winds southwest of Albany in that thunderstorm. That's going to be moving east quickly towards Stevens and Eastland counties, Breckenridge down to Eastland, Cisco, Ranger Hill. Storm, they have it moving east at about 45 miles an hour, or 30. It's probably moving at about 45. We do note a thunderstorm here near Graham, southeastern Young County, showing indications of quarter-size hail. A thunderstorm may be capable of producing hail as it moves northeast towards portions of Jack and eventually Montague counties, along with Clay County. And that storm's moving northeast at about, well, it's probably not moving at 70 miles an hour, I hope at least, but that could have some hail too, so we may get a severe thunderstorm warning out of that. All right, I am going to make sure we are set up here on the website. I need to make sure the live coverage is embedded in. We do note it is quite windy across, well, most of the state this morning. That's nothing related to these storms, just exactly. But yeah, it's windy, and it's going to stay windy across the state today. Once this line of storms moves from west to east across your given location, cold front, things are going to get even windier out of the west. Let's never do that again. And that's why we don't press random buttons. All right.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Coleman, Concho, Kimball, McCulloch, Menard, Schleicher, and Tom Green County in Texas.
That's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning for the line of storms in the Concho Valley. That's going to be for, well, a good part of the Concho Valley. That's going to be as this line of storms moves from west to east with the potential of damaging straight line winds over 60 miles per hour, quarter size hail, and heavy rainfall. What I'm doing now is we're just checking on a few things. I'm taking care of housekeeping. Apologies for the silence. Those of you in San Angelo, you're clear. Once this line of storms makes it east, or, well, I guess makes it past your location, the threat of storms is done, though it's going to become quite windy out of the west. All right, we're going to clear that. So again, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It's 3:06 a.m. on the 4th of March, 2025. We're monitoring a line of thunderstorms moving from west to east across western North Texas, eastern or western Texoma, down to the Big Country, the Concho Valley is generally moving east at about 35 to 45 miles an hour, capable of, at times, damaging straight line winds, large hail, and we are going to have the potential for a few spin up tornadoes this morning. As this occurs, we're going to be here giving you severe weather coverage. To log in on a website. Yeah, I know, I'm multitasking. And this is, well, why we're going to be here overnight, in order to keep y'all up to date on any sort of mischievous weather we have to deal with. So, what the expectation is this morning, and I'll show it on a, I'll just show the high-res rapid refresh model now. Give y'all a sense of the timing. This line of storms is going to keep moving from west to east pretty quickly this morning. Strongest storms will have the potential of producing damaging straight line winds, hail, heavy rain, and cloud-to-ground lightning.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Eastland and Stevens County in Texas.
You can hear that. That's just an extension of the severe thunderstorm warning for the storms in western North Texas as they continue to move east pretty quickly this morning. So, line of storms will be making it through the DFW Metroplex in the next hour and a half to 2.5 hours. That is 4:30 a.m.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Clay County in Texas
through 6:30 a.m. The potential for some of these storms to produce damaging winds, hail, maybe a few spin-up tornadoes. Activity will continue moving east quickly across northeast Texas, East Texas, and even parts of southeast Texas. You notice this model is developing additional thunderstorms across northeast Texas and East Texas later this morning after about 5 to 6 a.m. We'll have to keep an eye on some of those storms in case they are able to acquire supercellular characteristics and go into stronger rotation. On the flip side of the weather spectrum, the chance of snow is increasing this morning in the Panhandle, parts of West Texas. From 6 a.m. to 11 a.m., we could actually see near blizzard conditions at times and heavier snow bands across especially the Panhandle, including the city of Amarillo. If that happens, we might end up with a couple inches of surprise snow in Amarillo later this morning. So let's go back to the real-time radar. And again, we don't really have any tornado warnings right now, but the Single tornado warning down for parts of Tom Green County. That storm is almost out of it, and we're not seeing any sort of super strong rotation with that right now. Damaging straight line winds, yes. So let's go ahead and talk about it. This is going to be a line of severe storms. You know what? We're just going to do this. Sorry, cameras. But now I can actually look at my monitors again, which makes me happier. It's going to be a line of severe storms approaching Paint Rock, Eden, Menard, and eventually Melvin over the next half hour to 45 minutes. This line of storms moving east at about 50 miles an hour. The potential for damaging straight line winds over 60 miles an hour to 70 miles an hour. Heavy rain, maybe some hail. You can see the radar is indicating winds at times over 70 miles an hour with this line. And yes, there will be the potential for spin-up circulations to produce brief tornadoes at times. We're going to be looking for essentially any of those small Boeing sections or hooks on the front edge of these storms for spin-up tornadoes. Ballinger, you've got heavy rain, strong winds over town right now. That's going to be gone shortly. San Angelo, the threat of severe storms is over. You're done with that. You're going to have very strong west winds and a dust storm later this morning, along with extreme fire danger.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Jack, Montague, Wise, and Young County in Texas.
Okay, extending from Albany to Clyde, eventually now approaching Breckenridge, Cisco, Cross Plains, Ranger, Gorman. Is going to be a line of storms capable of producing damaging winds over 65 miles an hour, quarter to ping pong ball size hail, and heavy rainfall. This line of storms is moving east at about 50 miles an hour, and this will eventually be making it into the DFW Metroplex probably in the next hour and a half. Farther northeast, let's switch radars. I'm going to have to change some settings on here to clean this up. We've got a severe thunderstorm just northeast of Graham. We talked about this one a bit earlier. This storm's moving northeast. It is not moving at 80 miles an hour, maybe 60 to 65. Just north of Bryson, there could be some quarter to ping pong ball size hail. That hail core probably going to stay a bit northwest of Jacksboro. In addition, the potential for damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. That's going to be moving northeast towards southern Clay, southwestern Montague counties, specifically the city of Bowie up towards Bellevue in the next, well, probably 30 to 45 minutes. The potential for large hail, localized damaging winds, heavy rain. Up here in portions of Montague County, eventually this is going to approach Nocona. If this storm turns right at all, it'll move towards Cook County, Munster to Gainesville, into southern parts of Oklahoma around Windstar, up towards Marietta. You can see as we go up towards eastern Clay County, east of Wichita County, heavy rain in Wichita Falls right now. We've got a storm up here in portions of northern Clay County, Henrietta to Petrolia to Byers. That could have some heavy rain, hail, gusty winds. And all this activity is going to be moving east quickly this morning. Let's go back to the statewide view. We note no tornado warnings at this point. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, and that'll continue to be a trend. I'll show you the yellow box of doom. That's a tornado watch. That runs through 5 a.m. We will see a new tornado watch issued across Texoma and North Texas probably soon. And we're probably going to see watches all the way across northeast Texas and east Texas a bit later this morning. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a little break. We're going to let you listen to some music. And we're going to be back here at 3:25 a.m. with continuing severe coverage. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to keep sitting here. I'm just not going to talk for a few minutes. I'm going to drink an energy drink. But we'll be back here at 3:25. We're going to be back here sooner if necessary. Stream's not going anywhere. You're just going to get to hear some more pleasant music for a wee bit. And we'll continue our severe weather coverage here in about 8 minutes.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Jefferson and Stevens County in Oklahoma, Clay County in Texas,
All right, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief. David Reimer, good morning. We are monitoring a line of thunderstorms moving east across portions of Texoma, western North Texas, the eastern Big Country, and to the eastern Concho Valley, moving towards the Hill Country this morning. We're seeing individual thunderstorms try to start shooting off a few lightning strikes now in central Texas. Main line of storms is racing from west to east at nearly 50 to 65 miles per hour, with the most intense storms capable of producing damaging straight line winds over 65 miles an hour, quarter size hail, very heavy rainfall, and a copious amount of cloud to ground lightning. This activity will continue moving east until it's in Louisiana and Arkansas by 11 a.m. this morning. So, what do we have right now? Well, we've got a severe storm just north of the city of Jacksboro. That could be dropping quarter to ping pong ball sized hail. That's moving northeast quickly towards Newport and Bowie, riding up Highway 59 towards Montague County. We've got a cluster of storms from near Crystal Falls to Breckenridge to Cisco to Cross Plains. Those storms could be producing winds over 60 miles an hour, heavy rain, the potential for some of those storms to also go into rotation and produce spin-up tornadoes. We've got a line of storms extending down towards Coleman, to Millersview, to Eden, to just west of Menard. Those storms damaging straight-line winds, hail, the potential for heavy rainfall. I think the most intense storms we're watching right now are those here in Jack County and near Cisco. We'll go ahead and zoom in on some of these just to do some analysis. This storm in northern Jack County showing a pretty good hail core now north of the city of Jacksboro by about 5 to 7 miles. Is also showing a bit of rotation with it. We'll keep an eye on that as it continues moving northeast at 60 miles an hour this morning. This storm will be moving up towards the city of Bowie, right up Highway 59, with the potential of quarter to maybe even ping pong ball sized hail in places like Newport and Bowie over the next 30 minutes. After that, this storm will be moving up Highway 59 over Montague here at the intersection of 175 and 59, eventually crossing over Highway 82 from near Nocona to St. Joe. If this storm turns right at all, meaning it begins moving more to the east-northeast versus north-northeast, it may move towards places like Munster, Gainesville, and Windstar Casino there in Thackerville. Down here in the eastern Big Country, western North Texas, Stevens and Eastland counties, line of storms now from Breckenridge to Cisco to Cross Plains. We're going to be watching for any little kinks or hooks on the leading edge of this line of storms. And we're seeing extremely strong winds now moving into Cisco. We have winds of 65 to 75 miles an hour detected on the weather radar, and in some cases the winds are stronger than that. I'm looking at this little kink south of Cisco. That could be a spin-up tornado trying to occur, but again, very damaging winds now moving into Cisco, moving towards Eastland. Those winds could easily be over 70 miles per hour. Down into the eastern Concho Valley as this line of storms continues moving east-northeast at 50 to 60 miles an hour. We have the potential for hail now in Eden. Those of you in Eden probably just got a quick round of quarter-size hail. That'll be moving east quickly at about 50 miles an hour towards Melvin, Brady, Richland Springs in about an hour. Menard, you could have some heavy rain, maybe some hail here in the next 20 minutes or so. And again, this entire line is moving east about 50 miles an hour, extending now almost to Del Rio. You can see we got storms going up on Highway 277 north of Del Rio. Could have some hail with that. So again, this line of storms, if we switch back over to the regional radar, you can see goes all the way from just north of Del Rio to east of San Angelo near Eden to near Cross Plains, Cisco, Eastland, Breckenridge, just north of Jacksboro, east of Wichita Falls, up into south central Oklahoma, northeast Oklahoma, and Kansas. Oh, and by the way, there's pockets of snow about to move into the Texas Panhandle, along with 60-mile-an-hour winds, because good morning. We're also monitoring some isolated showers that are evolving into thunderstorms now across southern North Texas. It does look like we're going to see new storms develop out here over the next couple of hours.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Clay County in Texas.
And as these new storms attempt to develop, we'll have to keep a close eye on them for signs of intensification. But for now, we're doing good. So let me go ahead. We're going to pull up the high-res rapid refresh model. We'll switch back to the statewide view. We'll take a peek at what we expect this morning. And Jason, let me know if you're listening. And I'll give you a sit rep update on technology. So we're going to load this loop. We're going to go from 4 a.m. through 2 p.m. And here we go. You can see this line of storms will continue moving quickly from west to east across the state of Texas, really North Texas, Texoma, over the next 2.5 hours. Additional storms likely to develop across portions of the Brazos Valley, eastern North Texas, northeast Texas ahead of this line over the next, 7 a.m., so 3.5 hours. Storms themselves will race east across northeast Texas, the Arklatex, east Texas, even parts of southeast Texas, though not as intense, and the Golden Triangle, not as intense. Let's just say 7 to 8 a.m. through 11 a.m. After that, activity will be moving into Louisiana, Arkansas, and we're going to be done. On the flip side of the spectrum, in the Panhandle in West Texas, we may see periods of blowing snow. Amarillo, Dumas, even down I-27 towards Plainview and Lubbock, 5 a.m. to 9 a.m., pockets of snow possible on the backside of an impressively dynamic upper-level storm system. We may see a bit of snow accumulation around Amarillo with 60 to 80 mile-an-hour winds blowing it around. So, that is what we generally are expecting over the next little while. I guess, being several hours. We're going to have very strong westerly winds and extreme fire danger across most of Texas later today. Though where we get wetting rainfall, that threat will be tempered somewhat. All right, we're going to go back here. I'm going to show you what I mean by spin-up tornadoes, what we're dealing with today. This is going to be just north of Eastland, near Morden Valley. Right there, we have a spin-up tornado, or at least a circulation just east of 183 north of Highway 112. Little kink on the lean edge of this line here. I'll even turn off smoothing so you can see that data in greater detail. There you go. That's what I mean by little kink. That's just north of Eastland there, here in Eastland County. We're going to be seeing a lot of these this morning. And along the lean edge of this line, where we see those, notice we kind of got a little bit of a circulation here. We got winds moving away from the radar at about 50, winds moving towards at 20. It's not strong, but it's present. I mean, technically, same thing down here just east of Eastland. Just east of Cisco, west of Eastland. Eastland, you're about to get slammed by winds. We're seeing very strong winds here in excess of 75 miles an hour. So again, spin-up tornadoes, damaging winds, certainly possible with these storms as they move east into the DFW Metroplex over the next, well, really, probably by 5 a.m. Because they're moving at 60 miles an hour. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to take another 10-minute break. We're going to let you listen to music. If the music stops for a minute or two, my apologies. We're doing some technical work on the back end, and things sometimes go crashy. with your next severe weather update. And if things, you stop hearing the music for a minute or something, that's because things might be going crash. You were working on some technical stuff here in the back end and a memory leak. So that's what's going on. But again, we'll be back here by about 3:45 a.m. sooner if necessary. So, like I've said twice now, but third time's the charm, we'll be back here at about 3:45 with continuing severe weather coverage, sooner if necessary, and hopefully I just fixed the memory leaks after the program crashed for like the third time in the last 2 minutes, but hey, if not, well, we'll fix it again. So, we'll be back here 3:45 with continuing severe weather coverage here on the Texas Weather Center.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cook and Montague County in Texas.
Noted, my keypad here is not working. My apologies. Good morning. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is 3:47 a.m. The 4th of March 2025. We are monitoring a line of thunderstorms moving from west to east across portions of Texoma, North Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, and the Edwards Plateau.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brown, Coleman, McCulloch, and San Saba County in Texas.
This line of storms is moving east at 45 to 65 miles an hour, so it's cooking and booking, and it ain't stopping. This line of storms will be entering the DFW Metroplex from the west by 5 a.m. through 7 a.m. before exiting to the east. Likewise, storms in parts of the Hill Country, Central Texas, if they continue, they may impact parts of, Waco, Temple, Austin by, 6 a.m. A bit thereafter if they manage to make it that far. Storms have developed further south than most model data has indicated, which isn't a big surprise. We're dealing with a very dynamic storm system. And as this system continues moving from west to east, we're going to see storms continue from west to east very quickly this morning. So the most intense storms we're watching right now have severe thunderstorm warnings on them. And those storms extend from Montague County, Nocona, Bowie. That storm near Bowie, the potential for large hail in the city of Bowie over the next 5 minutes as that storm quickly moves northeast at 65 miles an hour. That's going to be riding up Highway 59 towards Montague, St. Joe, Nocona, Bonita. Taking a look back southwest, we have line of storms near Olney, Graham, Breckenridge, Eastland, all the way down through Coleman, just west of Brownwood. Those storms capable of producing winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, maybe some pocket change size hail, heavy rain. They're moving east at 60 miles per hour. Down here, west of Brady to Menard, these storms moving east quickly as well at about 50 miles an hour. The potential for quarter size hail, damaging straight line winds, and heavy rainfall. And then we even have storms extending back southwest to west of Junction, west of Rock Springs, northeast of Del Rio. Those storms moving east at about 50 miles an hour. The potential for some heavy rain, small hail, gusty winds. We have meteorologist Jason Cooley. He's heading north through Valley View in southern Cook County. He's moving up to intercept this storm that'll be coming out of Montague County, perhaps. He may end up intercepting that in portions of southern Oklahoma. We have other chasers out and about as well, and we'll be viewing content from them this morning as needed. We have storm chasers Adam Lucio, Chelsea Burnett, Stephen Jones out and about as well. So at this point, we have no tornado warnings. We have a line of storms moving from west to east very quickly, and that will continue to be the trend. This is a loop over the last hour. We had a single tornado warning south of San Angelo earlier, and otherwise at this point we have a line of storms producing damaging winds, pocket change size hail, heavy rain, and we're just keeping an eye out to make sure we don't have any sort of spin-ups here on the leading edge of the squall line. By spin-ups, I mean in situations such as the one we're dealing this morning, some of these storms in the squall line may go into stronger low-level rotation from time to time and produce brief tornadoes. These are typically shorter-lived tornadoes that can be difficult to warn ahead of time because they're able to form so quickly, and they also don't typically last particularly long, 60 seconds at times. So we're going to be watching for this morning. And there's two of me on the screen. Let's never do that again. There's one of me is more than enough, so let's press some buttons and say adios to Baldy-in-Chief in the bottom left and say, hi, it's just me, myself, and I. So, what we're going to do, let's show you the her again, because you might also be asking, well, Baldy, you showed us like 10 minutes ago. Well, that's because a lot of people are just coming and going, and we're going to be keeping an eye on things. So again, as these storms move towards the Metroplex, DFW, they're probably going to get their own warnings here. So DFW, it's going to be rowdy here in the next hour. We're going to load data. We're going to go from there to there. Load the data, let it play, say, hey, it's okay. You can see this line of storms moving through the Metroplex, 5, 6 a.m., exiting DFW around 7. You can see the storms themselves. This model doesn't have them as far south as they are. Notice how it's mostly along the north of Interstate 10, when in reality the storms are almost down to Del Rio. So this means some storms probably going to make it into San Antonio, Austin, Waco later this morning as well. We'll say 6 to 8 a.m. Storms also possible, if not likely, northeast Texas, east Texas. Let's just say 6 a.m. through 11 a.m. Potential for some of these storms to remain severe through the morning with hail, damaging winds, and yes, there is some risk for spin-up tornadoes. Could even have some snow up here in the Panhandle. Check this out. This model has a band of snow, blowing snow with 60-mile-an-hour winds moving through places like Dumas, Dalhart, Vega, Hereford, Amarillo, Tulia, Plainview, even into Lubbock over the next several hours. We're generally talking 6 a.m. through 9 a.m., and then you can see it rapidly weakens. So we might get some quick snow up here.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Jack, Palo Pinto, Parker, Wise, and Young County in Texas.
And I'll put the data back on here. You can see new severe thunderstorm warnings go to the western sides of the DFW Metroplex. That's going to be a warning for severe warning for Jack, Wise, Parker, and Palo Pinto counties for 60-mile-an-hour winds, pocket change size hail, line of storms moving east at 55 miles an hour. This will be near Mineral Wells at 405, Weatherford 425, Decatur, Azle, Boyd around 440. So again, this thing will be moving into western DFW after about 4:30 a.m. The line of storms. And again, damaging winds, hail, spin-up tornadoes. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, let you enjoy some of the music. We'll be back here in about 5 minutes with continuing severe weather coverage here on the Texas Weather Center. Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is 4 a.m., 4th of March, 2025. It's a Tuesday morning special, and we've got storms on the menu. We have a line of rowdy thunderstorms moving from west to east this morning across portions of North Texas, Texoma, into, well, I guess technically about to be in the big country. So, what we're dealing with, and you can see a bunch of these warnings just expire, but we do have a line of storms. These are going to be moving from west to east at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. These things are cooking and booking faster than my hair receded. This means these storms are not going to last long at any particular location, but they are going to bring gusty winds, heavy rain, maybe some pocket change size hail. Now, for you millennials or Gen Z or folks that, don't carry coins around, which is probably most of us outside of those who are not, how do I say what I'm trying to say without being mean? I don't know, so we're just not. But we're talking about maybe 3/4 of an inch in diameter up to 1.5 inches of diameter hail size out of the most intense storms. Wind? Yeah, it's windy. Guess what? You think the wind's bad with these storms? For a lot of you, the wind after the storms is going to be stronger later today. And we've got some heavy rain. We got lightning. We've got all sorts of fun and joy to bring you at 4 in the morning because guess what, ladies and gents? I'm caffeinated. Want to thank our team of moderators. Want to thank our team of storm chasers that are out and about this morning. It's 4 in the morning, and yet we are fully staffed. We've got moderators galore awake. We definitely appreciate their help. Please be nice to them. Appreciate them. Listen to them, or they will ban you. So, and of course, we've got chasers. We've got meteorologist Jason Cooley. He's in Gainesville. We've got storm chasers Adam Lucio, Chelsea Burnett, and Stephen Jones. They're out and about. They're going to be positioning for storms across parts of North Texas and Northeast Texas, because yes, we are going to have storms in Northeast Texas and East Texas later this morning, as this line of stormies moves from west to east rather rambunctiously at 50 to 65 miles per hour. So let's go ahead and do some radar analysis. We'll tell you what's going on now, what we expect the next few hours, and then we'll tell you what's going to go on the rest of the day. That sound okay? Hey. I'm used to this camera being straight in front of me. Sorry, it was actually blocking my view rather annoyingly. All right. So if I'm not looking at it directly, I apologize, but, well, I'd rather be able to tell you what's going on versus being able to look straight in the camera at all times. Yes, I will rearrange the monitors later so I can do that, but right now we're not touching technology. Okay, what we're looking at, this is the reflectivity mode. This is the how hard it's raining mode. You can see storm tracks. They are called SCIT, Sierra Charlie India Tango. No, I'm not going to try to say that any other way because it won't end well for me. So what we're going to do is we're just going to tell you what's going on now. Storm capable of producing quarter-size hail, about 1 inch in diameter, just southwest of the community of Nocona up here in Montague County. That's going to be crossing over Highway 82, moving northeast towards Leon, Oklahoma, passing up towards Ardmore, Oklahoma, up in Love County and Carter County, Oklahoma, over the next hour. That storm could have hail 1 to 1.25 inches in diameter. That'll be moving across 82, over Nocona, then up towards the Red River in far northeastern portions of Montague County, northwestern Cook County. We've got a storm back over Jack County. This storm has the potential of producing large hail, quarter-size hail, 1 inch in diameter, damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour. This probably has some very strong winds on the leading edge as it moves northeast. Radar indicating winds of about 60 miles an hour on the which way the wind's blowing mode. This storm's moving northeast as well at about 60 miles an hour. So Jack County, Jacksboro, the entirety of Jack County, guess what? Say good morning, you get storms, and it's about to get rambunctious. That storm will impact northern Jack County. Why am I getting lightning? See, lightning is frightening, even to someone who does weather all the time and has storm chased for 15 years. Oh, great, stratiform rain and lightning, because I love that kind of nonsense in the morning. Sorry, dog, you can chill. So again, Jack County, say hello, it's a brand new day. Oops, I hit the wrong button, but it'll be okay. this storm will also move up into portions of Montague County, Bowie, etc. So y'all are going to get more storms after this. Leading edge of this storm extends all the way down towards Grayford, Possum Kingdom Lake, western Mineral Wells. I'm going to switch radar sources to give you a different view. As you can see, this storm is mixing down quite a bit of gusty winds with it as well. Where's the dog? Hey, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. It's just lightning. I know lightning is frightening. Go lay down. Yeah, go lay down. My spirit dank. All right, so back southwest we go. Where we'll end up, who the heck knows? We've got a leading edge of storms extending down into the eastern big country. Ranger, down to Brownwood, down to Brady. Most of these storms are behaving, by the way. They have heavy rain, gusty winds, small hail. No tornadoes. Storm over Brady, Highway 377, moving east towards Richland Springs and San Saba at about 50 miles an hour. That storm may have some quarter-size hail 1 inch in diameter, along with gusty winds, heavy rain. Back south we go. Who and what will do, who knows? Okay, Junction down Highway 377/41, northeast of Del Rio. These storms are not organized down here on the tail end of the squall line, but still lightning, which may ignite wildfires, which is noteworthy since there's going to be 60-mile-an-hour winds later today. The potential for brief rainfall, etc. Now, we do have some storms starting to go up here in the hill country, central Texas. Some of these are producing cloud-to-ground lightning. We are anticipating new storms to go up a bit later this morning as our upper-level storm system and all this nonsense moves from west to east very quickly over the next few hours. For those of you in North Texas and Texoma and the parts of Northeast Texas, we are expecting a new tornado watch to be issued shortly. That tornado watch will include the DFW Metroplex and even parts of Central Texas, Texoma, probably even parts of Northeast Texas. So we'll expect the details on that from the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center here in the next probably 15 to 30 minutes. Now, let's stop looking at the current radar. I want to tell y'all what we're expecting for the rest of the day. So to do that, we're going to press some super-duper awesome blossom buttons of life. We're going to switch over to the HER weather model. Yeah, I'm really caffeinated. Isn't it scary for 4 in the morning? All right, so let's press some buttons. Let's press some more buttons. We're going to say, hey, it's Bunola, and we're going to press that. We'll let the data load. That's not the right data. I want this data. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Button. 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 Happy birthday. So here we go. We'll even turn on the timestamp so you can see when we're dealing with this. This is what we're going to be dealing with across the eastern half of the state this morning. You can see line of stormies moving through the Metroplex 5 to 7 a.m. This activity will move across northeast Texas, east Texas. Well, let's just say 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Guess what? Arklatex, northeast Texas, east Texas, places like Paris, Texarkana, Tyler, Longview, Corsicana, Mahia, Nacogdoches, Lufkin. Guess what? You get stormies this morning because these are going to keep on going until they're through Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, Tennessee, and Alabama, because that's what these storms are going to do with this very dynamic upper-level storm system. So some of these storms are going to remain severe. Some of these storms are going to be capable of producing hail, quarter to golf ball. That is 1 inch to 1 3/4 inches in diameter. Some of these storms are going to be producing damaging straight-line winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour. And yes, some of these storms probably are going to produce spin-up tornadoes, which may resemble straight-line wind damage. So yes, there is the risk of spin-up tornadoes this morning. There's the risk of damaging straight-line winds and hail. Most storms are going to behave themselves. Most storms are not going to be dropping tornadoes on your neighborhood or hail on your neighborhood or knocking off power poles. Some storms will. They will not last long at any given location. Panhandle, guess what? You're going to get a round of snow this morning. Places like Amarillo, Dalhart, Vega, Hereford, Plainview, Tulia, Groom, Pampa. You may get snow this morning. That would be good for the fire near Pampa overnight. Snow's not going to last more than a couple hours, but some of y'all near Amarillo actually may get maybe an inch or two of snow. Oh, and by the way, 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts, so whatever falls is going to be blowing around. It may not even stay on the ground. It may just go airborne like the dust did yesterday, and the dust will do later today. Actually, concernedly, it may fall as blowing snow dust. It may be brown snow, depending how much dust is still airborne. That would be really unfortunate. Okay, so with that being said, what we're going to do is we're going to continue our severe weather coverage here in about, what time is it now? 4:10. Let's plan on 4:15. So we're going to get a 5-minute break for me yipping and yapping, and we'll continue our coverage here at 4:15. And a reminder, we're going to be focusing, as things get busier, on the most intense storms, which means if we're not talking about your storm, that's good. But you can always keep track of your storms or where your weather, no matter where you are in the United States, with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. You can get your local weather forecast. It's a nationwide thing. You can get interactive weather radar, nationwide thing, Texas severe weather coverage, and live storm chasing video, all that. And just, in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Likewise, you can use the free interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. All right, we're going to be back here at 4:15, 5 minutes. Let's get you off to some music, and if something manages to happen in the 300 seconds between the next 5 minutes, well, we'll be back sooner. So, see you in 5. Hey, 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 it is Tuesday, the 4th of March, 2025. I'm Texas Storm Chaser's Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We are monitoring a line of thunderstorms moving across portions of Texoma, North Texas, into the hill country this morning. These storms are moving east at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. These things are cooking and booking, and unlike a majority of us, they don't have to stop and deal with traffic lights, stop signs, congestion, or construction. The eternal construction zone on I-35, for example. This activity is continuing to move off to the east. Individual storms are moving off to the northeast, but, 55, 60 miles an hour. So what we're going to be doing this morning is when we have tornado warnings, we'll be doing continuous coverage. When we're doing stuff like now, we're going to be doing updates about every 5-10 minutes. We're taking intermittent breaks here and there just to give y'all some happy music and my voice a bit of a break and allowing me to essentially goof off and be a derp. Not really. I'm actually not even moving. I'm just sitting here watching data. So we've got storm chasers out and about this morning. Now here's something we're starting to take note of. We're gonna go through this entire line, but I want to focus on the most intense parts of this line first. And again, if we're not focusing on your storms, that's a good thing. We're going to be triaging and focusing on the most intense storms. So if you want to know what's going on in your area or track storms where I'm not talking about them, it could be here in Texas or in Idaho. Free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device, your local weather forecast, interactive weather radar, live severe weather coverage, and more. What we're going to be doing is got a storm crossing over Highway 82, Nocona, St. Joe. You could be getting some dime to quarter size hail right now. That's 1 inch in diameter. Probably some very strong winds, frequent cloud to ground lightning. That storm's going to be moving across the Red River into Love County, Oklahoma, and then eventually up into Carter County, Oklahoma, Ardmore, Marietta, etc. We have another storm right on its heels, following it like a train on a train track. This storm in northern Jack County has produced wind damage out here. Wind damage being the key operative word. It may have been a spin-up tornado, truthfully, but again, we're not going to know that until storm surveys are done later. Regardless, damaging winds or quick spin-up tornadoes, this thing will be impacting the city of Bowie up towards Bellevue, eastern Clay County, into Montague County here in North Texas over the next 20 minutes. The potential for quarter to maybe ping pong ball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour. And yeah, there might be a spin-up tornado in here. Regardless, it's going to wake you up. If the first storm didn't, well, good morning. This one probably will. And again, radar is showing a pretty good area of wind with this, and we do note the bowing curvature with this thunderstorm here, indicating that we have some wind pushing out with it, enhancing the damaging straight line wind potential. So that storm's moving northeast 60 to 70 miles an hour up Highway 59. Be mindful of that and say good morning because it is about to wake your butt up. If you're in Newport, you're getting woken up by it now. Bowie, Fruitland, Sunset there on 287, that beautiful part of Montague County. Good morning. You're about to get woken up. Back southwest we go. Jack County, down into Palo Pinto County. This line of storms moving off to the east. East-northeast at 60 miles an hour. The potential for damaging straight-line winds. Hail, damaging winds. Hail sizes are small, probably dime to nickel. I'll even put a little storm track on here just for cuteness sake. Again, this moving east at like 60. So, Decatur, 440. Azle, 445. Weatherford, 430. Granbury, 445. Fort Worth, 5 a.m. Denton, 5 a.m. DFW Airport, about 5:10 to 5:15. Sanger, 5 a.m. Valley View, about 5 a.m. Gainesville, you'll probably begin at about 5 to 5:05. Burleson, 5:05. Cleburne, 5:10. Now let's do 5:05 to 5:10. Granbury, again, about 4:40 to 4:45 with that. And again, farther southwest we go, we do have thunderstorms approaching Stephenville, DeLeon, Comanche. Well, that was an interesting phraseology. We got rain and storms over Brownwood. Those storms are behaving themselves for now. That's good. We have additional activity east of Brady now. Brady, you're done with the storms. You're getting in on the dust later. San Saba to Goldthwaite to Lometa. Storm Brian East on Highway 190 approaching Richland Springs. That could have quarter-size hail, 1 inch in diameter as it moves east at about 50 miles an hour. So those of you in San Saba to Lometa, Highway 190, you're going to be getting in on it 4:40 to 5 a.m. Farther southwest, these storms in the northern Edwards Plateau weakening. We do note additional activity is beginning to blossom ahead of the line of storms here in central Texas, just southwest of Fort Hood, Killeen, Copperas Cove. We have some activity trying to develop here. We're going to have to be mindful of the activity developing ahead of this line this morning. Those of you who have watched us for a long time may be aware of the phraseology I like to use. Discrete storms ahead of the squall line can be very problematic in the spinny doom department. And that principle would apply here. So as this activity begins to mature, we're going to need to carefully watch it for signs of intensification into supercells. And if that occurs, given the environment they're in, there may be some risk of severe weather with this. So, and that's kind of what the high-res rapid refresh model has been showing. Otherwise, we've got some scattered showers and storms, DFW. There's nothing severe yet, but the stuff coming in from the west is going to try its best to bring you very strong winds as we go back to the 1970s. And so DFW, 45 to 60 minutes from now, you're going to have damaging winds moving into Denton, Fort Worth, and that'll continue moving east quickly with heavy rain, lightning, even a bit of hail. All right. Let's go ahead and take a look. We have a new tornado watch that has now been issued. North Texas, Northeast Texas, East Texas. I just had to press some buttons, and we'll be good to go. We'll zoom back out and say ho, ho, ho. Here we go. It's a new tornado watch. It's going to be a tornado watch for parts of Texoma, Northeast Texas, North Texas, East Texas. This tornado watch includes the entirety of DFW down to Waco, Hamilton, Gatesville, Mahia, Palestine, Longview, Tyler, Athens, Mineola, Ore City, Atlanta, Mount Pleasant, Mount Vernon, Greenville, Paris, New Boston, Boston, Texarkana, Atlanta, Texas, Marshall. This tornado watch runs through 11 a.m. Central Time, which is good because by 11 a.m. these storms should be moving into Louisiana and Arkansas, maybe by 10. So that's the good news with that. So again, that's a tornado watch through 11 a.m. now. Texoma, North Texas, North Central Texas, Northeast Texas, the Arklatex, East Texas. The threat of severe weather will end once this line of storms in western North Texas makes it east of your location. And the line of storms is moving east at 60 miles an hour. So there you go. There's the latest on that. Let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model, give you an idea of the timing elements. We'll zoom out. I'll even give you some times. And again, you can see storms will move across DFW 4:30 to 6:30 a.m. east of DFW by then, or by 6:30 to 7. Moving across Northeast Texas, the Arklatex, East Texas, 6 a.m. through 11 a.m. Strongest storms capable of producing large hail, damaging winds, and yes, the threat of a few tornadoes. Most storms are going to try to behave themselves. Back in the Panhandle, we could have a period of snow and rain this morning, 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. Maybe some snow accumulations around Amarillo with 60 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts. It's going to be blizzard-like for a while, most likely. And then, guess what? All this activity moving probably east of Texas by 11 a.m. Maybe 10, depending on how fortuitous we are in the storm speed department. But again, that's the expectations. Once this line of storms makes it east of your location, and it won't take long, you're done. Until then, though, we're going to have to watch for the threat of severe storms, North Texas, Northeast Texas, East Texas, especially if we end up with some of these discrete or semi-discrete supercells versus just the solid line of storms, which this model is trying to indicate here with the blob of doom. So back to the Texas view we go. We'll show you and say ho, ho, ho. Here you go. We'll turn on the radar. We'll turn on the warnings. We'll say hello, good morning. I hope I'm not too boring. Here we go. Tornado watches in yellow. You can see new tornado watch just issued for North Texas, Northeast Texas, the Arklatex. That runs through 11 a.m. Central Time. We've got severe storms approaching DFW from the west quickly now, with some damaging winds, heavy rain, small hail, etc. The most intense storm right now is going to be that little cluster approaching Bowie from the southwest. That's showing a pretty good little surge of wind over Newport, moving up Highway 59 towards Bowie. From Bowie, it's going to ride 59 up towards Montague and St. Joe towards western Cook County. So that activity could be producing damaging winds over 70 miles an hour and some threat of a spin-up tornado. So we're going to take a bit of a break, give you some music. We're going to be back here at 4:30 a.m., so, 4 minutes, with continuing severe weather coverage here on the Texas Weather Center and Texas Storm Chasers. Hope you'll stay with us. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're monitoring a line of thunderstorms moving from west to east. Across portions of North Texas, Central Texas, I guess the Northern Hill Country. This activity is fortunately mostly behaving itself, but we do note there are some thunderstorms capable of producing damaging winds, large hail at times, and even spin-up tornadoes. That yellow box you're seeing is a tornado watch through 11 a.m. this morning. All right, let's talk about what's going on. Here's the radar at 4:31. Ooh, see, I can rhyme. Yes, I can. Line of storms extends from Munster to Runaway Bay, just west of Weatherford, just west of Stephenville. Comanche, west of San Saba, down to Mason. This line is moving from west to east at about 60 miles an hour. This thing is cooking and booking, and it's going yippity-doo, yippity-yay. I don't have to stop for traffic lights, and traffic, hey, hey, hey. Yes, I can rhyme. Yes, I've had caffeine. No, I'm not sharing. So let's go over the warnings. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning up here in Montague, portions of northwestern Cook County. This is for a thunderstorm over Bowie that could be producing dime to quarter size hail, about an inch in diameter. That storm's moving northeast at about 70 miles an hour, meaning Nakona, Munster, St. Joe. Guess what? You're going to be saying hello to this storm pretty quickly here in the next little while. I'm a little concerned about this coming into Bridgeport, just south of Runaway Bay. We're starting to see a orientation here that's more favorable for spin-up tornadic activity. Right there, just southwest of Bridgeport, that would be east of Joplin. Starting to see a pretty good lightning surge here. We're not seeing any definitive rotation yet, but we're going to need to watch that closely in case we start to see an increasing threat for a spin-up tornado. Same thing goes for this line down into Parker County, even down towards Lipan here in northwestern Hood County. We're seeing a pretty good surge of wind with this. Straight line winds over 55 to 60 miles an hour possible moving into Parker County, Weatherford area. Could also have some small hail, heavy rain. Back southwest, Stephenville, Comanche, those storms are behaving. Those are just your ordinary showers and storms. We're doing okay with that. That activity is moving off to the east. San Saba, you've got a storm rolling in from the west on Highway 190. That storm, the potential for quarter-size hail, some strong winds moving east at about 60 miles an hour with heavy rainfall. Now, this is something we're going to have to watch for. This storm over Fort Hood is actually evolving pretty quickly here, and the potential that this could become a problem is starting to uptick a bit. Notice we're starting to see indications this could have some hail with it. And it's moving northeast at about 60 miles an hour. It's out by its lonesome, too. It's evolving into a supercell. Assuming that continues, this storm moving northeast at 60, this would be moving towards McLennan County, the Waco area, over the next hour. It's something we're just going to watch. It's not severe right now. It's not producing tornadoes or anything like that, but it's just us maintaining situational awareness. But the fact we're having, discrete, semi-discrete supercells popping up ahead of this squall line at 4:30 in the morning is not the greatest thing that could have happened, and we're going to have to watch that closely. Yeah, we are definitely seeing spin-ups with this. Let me press some buttons here. Let's see. That's not what I wanted. That is. Yeah, we might have a spin-up tornado here approaching Highway 114 in Wise County near the community of Paradise. This is going to be a thunderstorm capable of damaging straight-line winds, and maybe a spin-up tornado here with that little hook on the leading edge of the squall line approaching the community of Paradise on 114 between Boyd and Bridgeport. You can see it's kind of noisy right there, but I think we probably do have the potential for a spin-up tornado or at least an enhanced threat of damaging straight-line winds now with this activity approaching Paradise here in southern Wise County. My microphone's at 8% volume. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the gain down. I'm going to try not to blow anyone's speakers out doing this. But we're back up at 80%, so things may be a little louder now. I'll turn the gain down and hopefully that works. But again, this is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging straight-line winds and maybe a spin-up tornado near the community of Paradise in Wise County. We have no tornado warnings in effect at this point, but understand this could be a circulation that's starting to spin up pretty quickly. We'll switch back to the next radar. You can see here that little circulation near Paradise. Here's the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see we've got winds moving towards the radar down in Burleson about 70, winds moving away about 30. So we've got a circulation here on the leading edge of this squall line. And again, these are the kind of things that can happen very quickly. And understand, this storm down in Parker County may try to do the same thing at some point. These circulations can spin up very quickly, but they don't typically last long either. It's like trying to play whack-a-mole with thunderstorms. So as we do that, we're going to have to keep a close eye on this storm as it moves east across Wise County. Boeing line of storms northeast of Bowie, the potential for damaging straight-line winds, large hail at times, and heavy rainfall. That's moving northeast quickly towards Highway 82 from Nakona to Munster. This activity from Wise County down into Parker County showing the possibility of some pretty strong winds. You can see back over Weatherford, the radar is indicating we could have winds aloft of over 70 miles an hour. Now, what's making it down to the surface that's a great question. We don't know, but we could have winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour in Weatherford right now, starting to move east on Interstate 20. In fact, we're starting to see a bit of a hook, or excuse me, not a hook, a bowing signature here. There's one bow. There's another bow. This is just enhanced damaging straight-line winds. We're also going to have to watch for indications of spin-up tornadoes with this activity as it moves east very quickly towards eastern Parker County and eventually western Tarrant County. And again, we're focusing on the most intense storms here. I've realized we have other storms, but if we're not talking about you, be happy. That's the general name of the game. But you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, or by downloading the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We do note we do have thunderstorms that are maturing and developing now ahead of the squall line, which isn't good. This is going to be across portions just northeast of Fort Hood, moving up into McLennan County towards Waco. This storm could have some hail with it. Okay, we're getting multiple reports now of damage on County Road 1742 in Wise County. We've got reports of... Is that a lightning strike? Well, I'm about to get scared by thunder. We've got reports of roofs off houses and significant damage to structures up in Wise County on County Road 1742. Specifically, I don't know where, but again, this storm in Wise County is doing damage. Whether that be... I really think that might be a spin-up right there. Hello, thunder. Thank you for trying to scare me. Please stop. Lightning is frightening. But, again, yeah, I really think we might have a tornado right here, just a spin-up. It's either damaging straight-line winds or a weak tornado that is just southeast of Paradise, northwest of Boyd right now. You can see winds moving away from the radar at 30, winds moving towards at 50. That's an 80-mile-an-hour gate-to-gate couplet. And again, they're not going to be able to put tornado warnings on each one of these little circulations in time. But understand, we're now seeing evidence that we're starting to see these spin-up tornadoes occur on the leading edge of the squall line.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Coryell, Hamilton, Lampasas, and Mills County in Texas.
And that is something we're going to have to watch for with the entirety of this line, these very quick spin-up circulations. So again, I don't like this thing in Wise County right now, and this thing's apparently ripping roofs off houses. So those of you in southern Wise County, really the whole Wise County area, it's a pretty nasty thunderstorm now. We've got moving across Highway 114. This is going to be moving up towards Decatur, Rome, Boyd over the next few minutes. The potential for damaging to destructive straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour, and we can't rule out spin-up tornadoes. Back south into Parker County we go. We're starting to see a little bit of an appendage here now near Willow Park. We're seeing very strong indications of velocity as well. Winds over 75 miles an hour being detected just above the surface with this dangerous thunderstorm. And, yeah, I think we probably do have a circulation trying to spin up near Willow Park. So, again, we have no tornado warnings, but we are maintaining situational awareness with these little spin-ups on the leading edge of the squall line. So this is east of Weatherford near Willow Park. This is moving due east at 60 miles an hour. Now, these are not typically going to last very long, but the potential exists where we could have spin-up tornadoes damaging straight-line winds. In fact, here, let me do this. We're actually seeing... Let me press some buttons here. I'm going to have to use a manual storm motion vector, I think, for this. What's our vector? 263.46. Let me try that. You can see it. We've got a circulation near Willow Park. We've got a circulation north of Springtown. We've got a circulation west of Boyd. So now we're starting to see these little hooks as the storms get closer to the radar and we get a better look at the low levels. We've got a circulation just northwest of Boyd. We've got a circulation north of Springtown. We've got a circulation just northwest of Willow Park. All these are capable of producing spin-up tornadoes and an enhanced threat of damaging straight-line to potentially hurricane-force straight-line winds. They're moving east, typically. This one down here is moving east towards White Settlement. This one... These up in Wise County are moving more to the northeast towards Rome, Newark, Boyd, and eventually into southwestern Denton County. And we'll get a new update in a second, but again, understand, these could be very small but quick spin-up tornadoes. That we're dealing with. We got some reported damage in the Paradise area from the chat, it looks like. Exactly what and where and etc. is to be determined, but apparently that possible spin-up tornado near Paradise, at least on the radar,
a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Dallas, Denton, Parker, Tarrant, and Wise County in Texas.
Did something. Okay, so we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be Wise, Parker, Tarrant, Dallas, Denton counties. This is going to be until 5:45 a.m. At 4:42 a.m., a line of severe thunderstorms was located along, well, a line from Albert to Springtown to near Western Lake, moving east at 50 to 60 miles an hour. These storms are producing 70-mile-an-hour winds, the potential for spin-up tornadoes, and have a history of producing a considerable amount of wind damage in Wise County. We just got a report of damage in Paradise, south of Decatur, northwest of Boyd. That may have been from a spin-up tornado. It may not have been. It may have just been straight-line winds. I shouldn't say just straight-line winds, but again, this whole line's moving east real quick. We got a lot of wind. This is going to knock some trees down, some power lines down. The potential for considerable issues. So those of you in the DFW Metroplex, good morning. We've been talking about this in detail for the last couple of days. We hit it quite hard yesterday, and guess what? We got problems coming in from the west. Storms with a history of producing probably some spin-up tornadoes, damaging straight-line winds up to hurricane force, and a good amount of wind damage. Now entering from the west. All right, I'm going to listen to this voice message.
Yeah, it looks like we had an unwarned tornado in Paradise.
Okay. Well, there was a severe thunderstorm warning. So again, these storms coming into Metroplex have a history of producing damaging winds, maybe spin-up tornadoes, heavy rain, hail threats not high, damaging winds, maybe spin-up tornadoes. Regardless of if we're talking about straight-line winds or a quick spin-up tornado, the damage is going to be similar. So the clear and present indication and the clear message is we got some wind knocking things over and ripping roofs off houses at times. So Those of you, Denton, Tarrant, Eastern Parker, Eastern Wise County, heads up, some parts of this line of storms are producing significant wind damage. As I adjust my beautiful self. So let's do a good morning. It is 4:45 a.m. the 4th of March, 2025. I'm Texas Storm Chaser, Texas Weather Center's Baldy-in-Chief, David Reimer. We have a line of dangerous thunderstorms moving east into the DFW Metroplex. In the last 30 minutes, these storms have caused significant damage, reportedly in the Paradise area here in southern Wise County. We've got reports of damage in the area of the Sand Flat area of County Road 1742. We've got reports of roofs ripped off buildings. We've got reports of power line and major structure damage in the County Road 1742 area of Sand Flats. We just got a report out of the Paradise area.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cook, Grayson, and Montague County in Texas.
You can see line of storms now. Severe storm warning. Gainesville, Cook County, Grayson County. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. No, 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 no. Bad. So let me tell you what we've got going on now. This line of storms coming into Tarrant County has taken on a nasty look and a nasty attitude. This is either an area of hurricane-force straight-line winds over 80 miles an hour or a spin-up tornado trying to develop. Just east of Willow Park, moving towards White Settlement. It's going to be moving towards Eagle Mound Lake. It's going to be moving towards the Fort Worth Naval Air Station. Let me show you what the radar thinks is going on. Radar thinks we have winds over 90 miles an hour in Willow Park right now. What this could be is a rear flank downdraft on the backside of a developing circulation trying to develop a quick spin-up tornado as it moves into western Tarrant County, Lakeside, Lake Worth, White Settlement, and Eagle Mound Lake. Brief spin-up tornado or just really bad straight-line winds, it really doesn't matter in this case. Both are going to cause significant wind damage if it is reaching the ground. So those of you in White Settlement, Eagle Mound Lake, the Lake Worth area, you probably should take your tornado safety precautions. West side of Fort Worth wouldn't be the worst idea either, as these dangerous thunderstorms move in from the west. The potential now for winds over 70 to 75 miles an hour entering western portions of Fort Worth. We note these storms. Wise County, moving towards Denton County, Montague County, moving into Cook County. At times, could do the same exact thing. We could have localized pockets of hurricane-force winds over 80 miles an hour, the potential for damage in straight-line winds over 80 miles an hour, and yes, the potential for spin-up tornadoes. These may spin up so quickly, you may not get tornado warnings, but understand we probably do have at least some threat of spin-up tornadoes here ongoing with these storms moving into the DFW Metroplex from the west. Now, let's do a look down here into central Texas, make sure we're not missing anything. Severe storm from Goldthwaite to San Saba, moving east towards Avant, Lampasas, Lometa. The potential for some quarter-size hail, 1 inch in diameter. 60-mile-an-hour winds. This line of storms moving east at about 50 miles an hour. Some of the cities in the Metroplex are going to be sounding their outdoor warning sirens. That's because the severe thunderstorm warning here hit a set criteria that automatically activates those sirens. So you may be hearing some outdoor warning sirens in parts of the DFW Metroplex as this line of storms comes in from the west. Honestly, that's probably a good idea. Some of y'all are going to be getting some very nasty winds. So keep that in mind. Let's go back to the which way the wind is blowing mode. And again, we got some very strong winds now coming into Tarrant County from Parker County. Lake Worth, Eagle Mound Lake, etc. You could be seeing winds over 70 miles an hour as this line of storms moves in. White Settlement, Lake Worth, Eagle Mound Lake. Interesting. Winds actually backed a bit at the Naval Air Station in Fort Worth over the last 5 minutes. Wonder if there's a bit of a meso low developing there. We have storms from Newark to Rome east of Decatur up towards almost the Slidell now. Moving towards Denton County, could have winds over 70 miles an hour moving in from the west. This whole line of storms is moving east at about 60 miles an hour. They're saying about 45. We're going to say 50 just to split the difference. I'll even draw a storm track on here to give y'all some sense of timing. You'll notice I'm drawing it ahead of where the radar has the line. That's just to give us a little buffer. I'm going to do 55. So, Denton. Well, let's do this. Sanger, 505 to 510. Den, 505 to 510. Salina, 530. Van Alstyne, 545. McKinney, 535 to 540. Frisco, 525 to 530. Little Elm, about 520 to 525. Plano, 535. Downtown Fort Worth, 5 a.m.-ish. Crowley to Burleson, 505 to 510. Keller, about 5 to 505. Roanoke, Texas Motor Speedway, about 5 a.m. DFW International Airport, about 5:15. Grand Prairie, about 5:15. Arlington, about 5:10 to 5:15. Duncanville, about 5:25 to 5:30. Dallas Baptist University, about 5:25. Downtown Dallas, about 5:30 to 5:35. Irving, about 5:20 to 5:25. Garland, about 5:40. Rowlett, about 5:45. Wiley, about 5:45. Glen Heights, Red Oak, about 5:30. DeSoto, about 5:35. Hutchins, about 5:40. Line of storms moving in from the west. The potential for hurricane-force winds of 65 to 80 miles an hour. The potential for spin-up tornadoes exists. The threat of spin-up tornadoes may materialize before warnings can be issued. Example, we're seeing a little bit of that kind of a signature right now here just southwest of Lake Worth, approaching the Naval Air Station in Fort Worth. That little signature right there. Take a look at the radar. You can see a little hook on the leading edge of this line of storms. That's where sometimes we can see a quick spin-up tornado occur, or at least extremely strong straight-line winds, which may be what is ongoing. So again, those of you in the Metroplex, heads up, it's about to get very rowdy. We're about to have some hurricane-force winds in spots, especially with this line moving in from the west in Tarrant County. We're also monitoring storms developing ahead of this line. You can see we've got scattered storms now. These are all behaving ahead of this main squall line for now, but there could be some lightning, small hail, gusty winds. We are watching these storms moving towards southern McLennan County. These are starting to show a little bit more of a hail indication. One near Valley Mills, one coming up towards McGregor. Those could have some small hail. Line of storms from Goldwake down to east of San Saba on 190, just west of Lometa. That's moving east at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. The potential for damaging straight-line winds and hail with that. Back up here into the Metroplex we go. Where we'll end up, who knows? But we do have a line of storms now extending from Munster to the Slidell area. And notice, and what I really want to point out here is there are so many little hooks showing up on the leading edge of this line of storms now. These are where we could have damaging hurricane-force winds and spin-up tornadoes. We've got one on 380, Wise-Denton County line. We've got one just northeast of Rome, one just southeast of Rome. We've got one approaching the Naval Air Station in Fort Worth. We've got one just southeast of Crescent in far northwestern Johnson County. Every one of these have the potential of producing damaging straight-line winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour. Everything also that I just mentioned could produce spin-up tornadoes. And again, spin-up tornadoes or damaging straight-line winds in this case, both are going to be similar hazards. But understand, we're probably going to have sporadic areas of enhanced wind damage here. By enhanced wind damage, I mean it could be strong enough to take a roof off houses and buildings. We've already had reports of that in portions of Wise County. So this line of storms moving in is moving east at about 50 miles an hour, meaning Denton County, Tarrant County, these storms aren't going to last particularly long, but they're going to pack a punch. So those of you, Slidell, Ponder, Crum, down to Hazlitt, Saginaw, White Settlement, the Fort Worth Naval Air Station, Lake Worth, Benbrook. Fort Worth, you want to go ahead and get away from west-facing windows. The potential for spin-up tornadoes, damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour. They're going to pack a punch. We'll do a quick reset. So let's just say hello. Good morning. I'm Texas Storm Chasers, Texas Weather Center's Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is 4:56 a.m. Tuesday, the 4th of March, 2025. We've got a pretty rowdy line of thunderstorms approaching Interstate 35 in North Texas, Texoma, into north central Texas. This line of storms is capable at times of producing hurricane-force winds, spin-up tornadoes. 4:56 a.m. And because of these storms entering the Metroplex, we're starting to see outdoor warning sirens be activated. We're streaming live coverage on our mobile app, our website, Facebag, and the U-Hoots. And again, folks, I want to emphasize here, we're not dealing with any crazy big tornadoes. We're not dealing with stuff we dealt with.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Ellis, Hood, Johnson, and Somervell County in Texas.
We're not dealing with, things that are going to level neighborhoods. What we're dealing with are some strong straight line winds, and at times, yes, we do have some embedded spin-up tornado issues. But this isn't going to be something where we're going to see, widespread destruction. I'm going to keep perspectives in check here, but also emphasize, yes, we are dealing with some pretty dangerous storms at times, too. Storms now moving into the DFW Metroplex. Really? Do we have to go back to the 1970s? Thank you. Leading edge of these storms extend from Lindsay, Cook County, to Era, Leo, Cook County, Slidell, just west of Crum, just west of Ponder, just west of Justin, in Denton County, Hazlitt, Saginaw, White Settlement, Benbrook, in Tarrant County, to Godley, northwestern Johnson County, to Pecan Plantation, and Hood County. These storms have the potential of producing damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour. At times, these are also producing spin-up tornadic circulations. They pop up so quick, you can't get tornado warnings on them, but understand, I think we probably do have spin-up tornadoes occurring here. We're going to be keeping an eye out from storm chaser and meteorologist Jason Cooley as he moves south to intercept these storms. He's coming south from Gainesville. Seeing indications of circulations approaching Keller, circulations in western parts of Fort Worth and west of Crowley. That's just meaning we could see some winds over 75 miles an hour, hurricane force. That's enough to cause damage. Farther south, we have storms that are starting to mature ahead of the squall line, approaching Waco from the southwest. Could have some hail northeast of McGregor, small hail. And then a line of storms avant to Lampasas in the next 30 minutes. That could have quarter-sized hail and some strong winds. .442... 261 at 40. And those of you heading out on the road in DFW over the next hour, this is not going to be a good experience for you. All right, we've got a storm that is showing increasing indications of a tornado now. Yeah, here, just west of Crowley, south side of Benbrook. Possibility of a tornado developing here. Very just north of County Road 1187. This is going to be approaching I-35W in Crowley in the next few minutes. So, we're going to go ahead and probably start raising some alarm bells here. And the Weather Service may put a tornado warning on this. Let me get some roads on here. But again, this is going to be coming up Old Granbury Road, west side of Crowley. Moving east quickly along just north of 1187. The potential for a spin-up tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Johnson and Tarrant County in Texas.
Okay, this is going to be a tornado warning now. This is going to be for southern Tarrant, northern Johnson counties. Let me be clear. We're going to be talking about a small section of each county. Let's talk about it. Crowley, Burleson, Briar Oaks, Rendon, Mansfield, Pantego, Southwest Arlington, Forest Hill, South Fort Worth. You are now in a tornado warning. You need to take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Just go to that safe place. This won't last more than 10 minutes. It's going to be okay. But we do have indications now of circulations capable of producing tornadoes. One circulation now coming up on West Cleburne Road, just north of 1187, moving into Crowley. Circulation 2, moving towards the west side of Burleson. Those of you in Crowley, Mansfield, Briar Oaks, Burleson, Rendon, Crowley, Everman, Kennedale, Forest Hill, please take your tornado safety precautions immediately. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Further north, we have a line of storms capable of producing hurricane-force winds, Tarrant County, all the way up I-35W from River Oaks, Saginaw, Hazlet, Justin. We have storms up in western Denton County. Those could be producing nasty straight-line winds as well. Moving east towards Denton, Sanger, Corinth, Argyle, Northlake. In fact, I'll show you a different view. Again, all these storms could produce damaging winds, spin up tornadoes. And here's a different view for Denton County. You could see radars indicating winds at times over 70 miles an hour. Approaching Crum, could have winds over 70 miles an hour just north of the Texas Motor Speedway. Circulation near Justin, Little Hook there, about to cross I-35W. Near Justin, that's moving towards Argyle, Highland Village, Double Oak. Back down into southern Tarrant County we go. Line of storms moving across 35W now with strong winds. Those of you in parts of Crowley, the potential of a spin-up tornado now moving through Crowley. And again, this probably isn't one of these big, bad, very mad tornadoes, but it's still enough to cause damage. The potential for it near West Main Street, it's pretty much moving through downtown Crowley. Center of Crowley. It's going to be moving east on Rendon-Crowley Road towards I-35W. West Rendon-Crowley Road, Eagle Drive, South Heights Drive, Magnolia Street, Hampton Street, Hudson Road. The potential of a spin-up tornado in Crowley right now. In fact, there's a couple circulations showing up here. Even a circulation down near County Road 1016, County Road 1020, near Southwest Hewlin Street. And again, this is going to be a situation where any one of these storms could produce a spin-up tornado. Tarrant County, Denton County, whole line at times could be producing spin-up tornadoes. Same thing up in Cook County, Gainesville. So again, we have a tornado warning for southern Tarrant, northern Johnson County. Possible tornado near Crowley, moving east towards I-35W. Rendon Crowley Road. Those of you in Burleson, Briar Oaks, Rendon, Mansfield, Forest Hill, Everman, Southwest Arlington, Pantego. You're going to want to take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be lowest floor, center room. Away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We've got reports of semi-trucks blown over north of Gainesville on Interstate 35. And we're probably going to have multiple issues here along I-35W and eventually I-35E from strong westerly winds being produced by these thunderstorms. So, let me go ahead and stop. Let's do a quick overview of what's going on. Line of severe storms capable of producing winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour, extending from Gainesville to Sanger, Denton to Justin. Down I-35W, Hazlet to downtown Fort Worth to Burleson. Storms moving from west to east at 50 to 60 miles an hour. In addition to the potential of damaging straight-line winds, the potential for spin-up tornadoes exists. A lot of places are starting to blow their sirens now. That's why. So again, a lot of straight-line winds, the potential for spin-up tornadoes. This is not a situation where we're dealing with long tracks, super-duper scary, big, bad, very mad tornadoes. But guess what? Tornado or damaging straight-line wind, in this case, both are going to do the same thing. They're going to cause a big, bad, very unhappy problem for you if it comes rolling down your street. So that's why we want folks to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Just checking on a few things here. Apologies for the silence. So, what we're dealing with we're getting wind gusts in parts of Fort Worth now over 75 miles an hour. So, again, nasty, nasty wind moving through Tarrant and Denton counties. All right, so let's get back to it. Meteorologist Jason Cooley has a flipped semi. He's near Valley View. That's probably what one of the reports was. So you can see nasty winds have flipped semis on 35. down in portions of southern Tarrant, northern Johnson County. Tornado warning continues. Line of storms, potential to produce spin-up tornadoes. One now moving into, Pantego, West Arlington. Hearst, we've got another circulation moving into Highland Village, Lake Dallas, southeast Argyle, Double Oak. That could have a spin-up tornado. And when I say spin-up tornado, in this case, I mean a spin-up tornado and or hurricane force winds over 80 miles an hour, capable of causing damage. A lot of these are going to be popping too quick to actually get tornado warnings out on, so... nevertheless, that might be a tornado debris signature right there. I don't like that. This one here in Pantego, I'll be honest, I don't like the look of that. Right there in the apex of that hook, we're seeing a pretty noticeable correlation coefficient deficit. I don't know if that's actually just the radar being wonky, or if we actually have a tornado down doing damage. But either way, Hearst... northwest sides of Arlington. Heads up. Something nasty's happening over here. Damaging straight line winds, tornado, don't matter. Bad things happening. So those of you in Hearst could have a tornado or very strong hurricane force winds causing damage right now. That's going to be moving east towards Euless, Bedford, south sides between I-30 and 183. The potential for damaging straight line winds now moving into Pantego, down Worthington Gardens, Forest Hill. The potential of a tornado now just east of Crowley, moving towards Rendon. These storms moving from west to east at about 60 miles an hour. So those of you, I mean, we got blanket severe thunderstorm warnings with small embedded tornado warnings. I'm going to be honest, y'all probably should just treat all these like a tornado. I would say if you're in Cook, Grayson, Denton, Collin, Tarrant, Dallas, Johnson, Ellis counties, go ahead and just treat this like you would a tornado warning. We've got a lot of circulations on the leading edge of this line. We have a lot of straight line winds. This means the potential exists for a lot of wind damage. So we would encourage you to go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions, even if you're only in severe thunderstorm warnings. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes if you got them handy. If not, just get into shelter. But again, yeah, no. We probably have a tornado in progress here just southwest of Hearst. Moving towards Euless. That's a very strong indication of a tornado in progress now. That's going to be coming up on the Precinct Line Road. There's the latest scan. Yeah, that's just... it's not a bona fide tornado debris signature, but I don't like it. Damaging straight line winds, the potential for hurricane force winds, and at times spin-up tornadoes. We'll go back down here to east of Rendon. We'll see if we have anything. And again, here you go. We've got winds over 70 miles an hour about to move into Mansfield from Rendon. And I want folks to understand here, we are going to have issues with wind, heavy rain, spin-up tornadoes. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings here, a lot of straight-line winds. Some of this may end up being spin-up tornadic activity, some of it straight-line winds. Both can cause the same exact kind of damage in this case. So, leading edge extends from, well, I'm going to make sure I get that right. I want to say Lake Ray Roberts. I messed it up several times back in 2024. Yeah, Lake Ray Roberts, approaching the state park up here. Aubrey, Krugerville, east sides of Denton, down to Corinth, Double Oak, Flower Mound, west sides of DFW Airport, Grapevine, Bedford, Arlington. Approaching Mansfield, line of storms capable of producing damaging straight-line winds of 60 to 80 miles an hour. The potential for spin-up tornadoes embedded within this, the potential for heavy rain and hail, potential for wind damage, the potential for roof damage, the potential for power outages. Just nothing good. So, once you at least get away from west-facing windows, we're concerned about debris being blown around. We're concerned about spin-up tornadoes causing areas of enhanced damage, and we're concerned about broken windows, stuff like that. So I'd treat this whole line of storms moving through DFW right now as if it were all under a tornado warning, which means taking your tornado safety precautions. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from window. Put as many Walls between you and the outside is possible. These storms are moving from west to east at 50 miles an hour. It is not going to last long at any given location. And once this line of storms makes it through, you're done. Looking south, we have new storms developing on I-35. One near Hillsboro. That could have some hail just northwest of Hillsboro. Near Itasca, we've got a storm passing over the west-north sides of Waco. That storm could have some small hail with it. Storms move; those individual storms are moving off to the northeast at about 60 miles an hour. So again, DFW, it's windy. Potential for embedded spin-up tornadoes damaging straight-line winds of 60 to 80 miles an hour. Not much hail with this, just a lot of wind. I didn't just knock out the microphone doing that. Okay, this map's getting pretty messy, I know, so let me see if I can't clean it up. We're gonna switch over. That doesn't even help. So let's do this. Let's switch to the statewide view. We're not going to load satellite. We're going to load radar. We're going to load warnings. We're going to take all the icons off. We're going to clean this up a bit just to make it easier to look at. We're going to zoom back in. I'm going to knock this down to a 1-hour loop. You can see line of storms with a history of damaging straight line winds, damaging our history of spin-up tornadoes, history of producing winds at times over 80 miles an hour. Flower Mound, north side of DFW Airport, Coppell, Louisville, the potential for hurricane-force winds over 80 miles an hour coming in now from the west. We've got the potential of a circulation producing a spin-up tornado now crossing Highway 360. That's going to be probably very near Highway 183 or Trinity Boulevard in northern portions of Arlington to Euless, damaging straight-line winds. We've got a lot of wind moving across Mansfield, Arlington. We've got wind about to move into Alvarado. Again, this line is moving from west to east at 60 miles an hour. Those of you in, let's give some all clears, though. Weatherford, you're clear. Decatur, you're clear. Munster, you're clear. Gainesville, it's raining, but you're clear. We have more rain on the backside of this, but no more severe weather. If you're along and east of this nasty line, you've still got to deal with it this morning. So, East Texas, Northeast Texas, the Arklatex, Eastern North Texas, you're going to be dealing with this.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hill, Limestone, and McLennan County in Texas.
Okay, we're going to take a look at this storm over Waco. They just put a severe warning on. Hey, Data, you want to load anytime today? Thank you. This storm over northwest sides of Waco could have quarter-size hail, 1 inch in diameter, winds to 60 miles an hour. It's going to be moving off to the northeast. I need to set a manual storm motion vector. Keep an eye out for rotation with this. We're not seeing any right now, but this storm moving northeast towards Leroy, Ross, Lucy, Lakeview, Mount Calm, Hubbard, Malone, Penelope. Could have hail with it. For what it's worth, this thing north of Carl's Corner, south or near Itasca, moving northeast towards Waxahachie and Maypearl, could have some hail with it as well. Okay, storms at DFW. Let's talk about where we've got the strongest wind. We've got wind over Mansfield. We've got a circulation with enhanced damaging wind potential now moving into Irving. We could have winds over 80 miles an hour there. We're seeing some very strong winds now approaching Coppell, Carrollton, Louisville. Using the terminal Doppler weather radars used for the wind shear detection at DFW, we can see a little bit of a circulation here. The east side of Coppell moving towards Carrollton, damaging winds. Louisville, we're seeing indications of winds over 75 to 80 miles an hour. Same thing for Coppell, just northeast of DFW. We're seeing indications of extremely strong winds. So Louisville, I-35E, all the way down towards Carrollton, we could be seeing winds well over 70 miles an hour right now with quite a bit of wind damage there, likely. Same thing, eastern Denton County. Let me switch radars. We'll try to take a look further north. Circulation, some damaging winds moving towards the north side of Louisville Lake, Lakewood Village, Little Elm. We could have winds over 60 miles an hour here. And when I say circulations, I don't necessarily mean we're talking tornadoes, but it's an area of rotation that's helping to result in increased damaging winds. So Corinth, Lake Dallas, Lakewood Village, Shady Shores, Little Elm, Oak Point, north sides of Louisville Lake. We're going to probably have some damaging winds here shortly. Up here into northeastern Denton County, another area of circulation. Northeast of the city of Denton, moving towards Aubrey, Krugerville, New Hope. That could have damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. So eastern Denton County, we got winds. We got nasty winds coming in. Northwestern Dallas County, we've got nasty winds coming in. We've got an 18-wheeler rolled over at I-35W near Cross Timbers Road, FM 1171 in Denton County. That's from DFW Scanner. That is probably due to wind. And again, sirens are going to be going off in a lot of these cities due to winds, hurricane-force wind potential. This line of storms moving from west to east at about 60 miles an hour. Fort Worth, downtown Fort Worth, the worst is over. Keller, Saginaw, Roanoke, the worst is over. Denton, the worst is over. Sainer, Valley View, Gainesville, the worst is over. You're done. It's still raining and pouring, but you're pretty much done with the significant severe weather threat. Those of you in Frisco, Little Elm, Salina, Carrollton, Irving, Grand Prairie, Arlington, Duncanville, west sides of Dallas, you've got wind coming in. And again, we're talking about the most intense storms here, so if we're not talking about your storms, that's usually a good thing. But we appreciate everybody who has been joining us this morning. If you're watching us on YouTube, we appreciate it. If you're enjoying our coverage, feel free to give us a like. That just helps the algorithm share our content with more people. Nice lightning strike on meteorologist Jason Cooley's stream. We appreciate everyone who's been sending in super chats. When you see that in the chat, feel free to thank them for helping us out. We definitely appreciate the support. We appreciate everyone joining in. All right, so it is 5:26 a.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. A line of severe storms now moving east across the DFW Metroplex. A line of storms extends from Whitesboro to Collinsville, Tioga, Pilot Point, Krugerville, Aubrey, New Hope, down towards Little Elm, Lakewood Village, Louisville, Coppell, Irving, Grand Prairie, west sides of Dallas, approaching Dallas Baptist University. East sides of Arlington, down towards Mansfield, Alvarado. Storms are moving east at about 60, but it's even more complex because we have new storms developing ahead of the main line, just making things messy. We'll go ahead and talk about this new severe thunderstorm warning after the computer's done yelling at me about it. Eventually.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Collin, Dallas, Denton, Hunt, Kaufman, and Rockwall County in Texas.
Okay, so we're seeing winds now over 90 miles an hour being detected by the Love Field wind shear radar. This is going to be North sides of Carrollton, just north of the George Bush, southeast of the Sam Rayburn Tollway. It's going to be coming up, well, essentially, I'm not even going to put streets on here because it's such a widespread thing. Addison, Carrollton, Farmers Branch, southeast sides of Louisville, northwest Dallas, winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour, potentially higher. A lot of wind damage in these areas, likely ongoing right now. Treat it like a tornado warning. Moving towards Richardson, City of Dallas, Addison, Plano. Strongest winds right now, Beltline Road. We could have winds approaching 90 to 100 miles an hour. Hebron Parkway, we could have winds approaching 80 to 90 miles an hour. Approaching shortly, that'll be approaching Midway Road. And eventually, this is going to be crossing the Dallas North Tollway. So, George Bush, Dallas North Tollway, Beltline Road, we could have winds of 70 to 90 miles an hour moving east quickly towards the Dallas North Tollway. Addison, Carrollton, Plano, Richardson, Allen, Frisco. Go ahead and treat this like a tornado warning. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We've got nasty winds moving into Dallas County. We've got winds of 70-plus miles an hour in Irving right now, moving east towards Dallas. We've got the same northwest Dallas moving towards Love Field. Richardson, heads up. We've also got nasty winds right now north from Alvarado to Mansfield. That's moving towards Midlothian, Venus. What is that? We might have a spin-up tornado trying to develop near Forest Lane and Marsh Lane here in northwest Dallas / Farmers Branch. We could have a circulation trying to develop now just north of 356 east of Loop 12, moving towards east sides of Irving, northwest sides of Dallas. And again, this whole line's going to be moving east at 60. So understand, this whole line could have winds of 40, 50, 60 miles an hour, but we also have the potential for some areas to have 70 to 100 mile an hour winds. This thing's got attitude. And yes, I realize it's 5:30 in the morning. Trust me, I'm not thrilled either, but it is what it is. Okay, let's switch back over to the terminal Doppler weather radar. Again, one area of nastiness here in East Irving on 356, approaching I-35 in northwest Dallas. We've got a nasty thing in Addison. Winds, the wind shear radar thinks there could be winds up to 100 miles an hour here right now in Addison, parts of Addison. Widespread 70 to 100 mile an hour winds. Y'all remember that system last May and late May that moved through these areas with, hurricane force winds caused large-scale power outages? We might be doing that again. So I have not looked at the power outage map yet. I'm going to do that really quick just to see how we're doing. But, it's not great. Over 60,000 customers without power right now. So, it could be worse, but we'll see how this ends up evolving. All right, let me see what the storm motion vector is on this new warning. It's going to be 271 at 50. I'll update that on my end. That just allows me to switch over to a different mode that lets us see pockets of rotation. We'll switch back over to the next RAD, and in 4 minutes, we're going to take a look at the forecast for the rest of the morning. Hey Siri, set an alarm for 5:35. Hey Siri, set an alarm for 5:35. So at 5:35, we're going to stop everything. We're going to take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. We're going to give y'all in Northeast Texas, East Texas a timeline. But for the next few minutes, we'll go ahead and continue dealing with this. For what it's worth, no matter where you are in the country or the state of Texas, you can get your local weather forecast, interactive weather radar, and more. Free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You can watch our live severe weather coverage on our app and on our website. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device, and you can also visit our radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. Possible tornado hit Ada, Oklahoma. Winds over 85 miles an hour up there a bit earlier. So, let me just, I know this map's a bit messy. let me try to clean this up a bit. Radar, warnings. I'm just going to do a loop over the last 30 minutes. Okay, I'll do hour. You can see this line of storms is racing east at like 60 miles an hour. This thing's cooking and booking. It's moving across, well, Gainesville to Sherman, DFW Metroplex, and then it is weaker south of the Metroplex. Midlothian down to Clifton to Gatesville. It's weaker. Worst off right now is definitely in the Metroplex up towards Sherman. We got sirens going off in Dallas. We got sirens going off in Collin, Dallas County. And again, that's because we have a nasty line of storms moving through with hurricane-force winds. At times, spin-up tornadoes. You're not going to be able to tell the difference between either. It's going to take some pretty trained survey skills to tell that. But the clear and present indication and message is it doesn't matter. We're talking straight-line winds of 70 to 90 miles an hour or a tornado. It's going to do damage. So that's why you got sirens going off. You're going to take your severe weather safety precautions. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes if you got time. If not, hey, it's okay. I want to emphasize, though, this is not a situation where we're dealing with big, bad, very mad, long-track tornadoes. We probably have these spin-up tornadoes occurring, and that can do damage, make no doubt. If one comes down your street, it's not going to be a great day. But I also don't want folks thinking they're waking up hearing sirens, thinking we've got mile-wide tornadoes coming down their street. These storms are dangerous, hazardous, but at the same time, we're not dealing with super, super nasty tornadoes. Being said, the potential for wind damage for sure. All right, we're about to come up on 5:35. My alarm's about to go off. What we're going to do is we're going to clear everything off the screen. We're going to load the high-res rapid refresh model. We're going to give you all an idea of the overall timing of things over the next few hours. So, hey, Siri, turn off my 5:35 alarm. And for whoever else's phone just responded, my sincerest apologies. West winds at DFW Airport, 73 miles per hour. We've had wind gusts up to over 70 at the Meacham International, at the Naval Fort Worth Air Station. We had a gust to 75 miles an hour at Alliance Airport. Winds up to 60 at the Arlington Municipal Airport. So again, we got nasty winds moving across the entire Metroplex with these storms. All right, let me load the HER. We're going to load this from 6 a.m. through, I'll do 2 p.m. Give me just a second to download the data. And we note this model is running a bit slow with the squall line, it looks like. So, noted. You can see this line is going to keep moving across northeast Texas and east Texas, making it into Louisiana by 10 a.m. So, this will be out of DFW by probably 7. By 10, it's going to be windy, dry, sunny. Notice the entire state's done with this by like 11 a.m. So northeast Texas, east Texas, y'all are going to have issues. 7 a.m., 11 a.m. Houston, you could have a quick line of storms coming in from the west. 11 a.m. So, keep that in mind. Oh, yeah, and there may be a quick round of blizzard conditions with snow in the panhandle parts of West Texas over the next few hours before the scary wind of doom arrives, and we also get nasty wildfire danger in western two-thirds of Texas. This is about when I'd be doing a Texas weather roundup video with the forecast. That's not going to happen this morning because we're doing severe weather coverage. So here's what the radar looks like over the last 2 hours. I'm going to knock it down to an hour. And you can see we've got storms galore. Storms moving from west to east, about 60 miles an hour. We do note some of those individual storms popping up ahead of the line of storms. Those are eventually either going to form their own line or become part of the ongoing line, but we're going to need to watch them carefully. Those of you in Grayson County, Collin County, Dallas County, line of storms moving in from the west could have 50 to 60 all the way up to 90-mile-an-hour winds. Wind damage, knocking down trees, power lines, causing fences, etc. You know, the thing we seem to do every year. At this point, we're not seeing any super strong indications of circulations, but we also have the disadvantage of these storms starting to get further away from the radar. You might notice how as soon as these storms got close to the radar down in Burleson, we started to see those hooks and those circulations. I think that's been ongoing all this morning. That's probably going to keep going until these storms are in Louisiana. The problem is they are very low-level, shallow circulations. Above maybe 2,000 to 3,000 feet, the radar may not see it. The radar beam goes straight out from the radar in a straight line versus it doesn't curve with the Earth. So the farther away you get from the radar, the higher above the ground the radar beam gets, and it misses things. But I think this line of storms is going to keep doing exactly what it's been doing as it moves across eastern North Texas, northeast Texas, East Texas this morning. So damaging straight line winds, spin up tornadoes, at times some pocket change size hail. Hail has not been a big issue this morning. So let's give some all clears. Those of you in Gainesville, Denton, Fort Worth, you're clear. Arlington, you're clear. Euless, you're clear. DFW Airport, you're clear. Denton, you're clear. Gainesville, you're clear. It's still going to be raining for a couple hours. Downtown Dallas, give it another 10 minutes, you'll be clear. Storms right now, Salina to Allen to McKinney, you've got problems. You've got storms. Sherman, you've got storms. Saxe, Garland, Rowlett, Rockwall, you're about to have storms.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Ellis, Henderson, Kaufman, and Navarro County in Texas.
We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for the southern part of the squall line. Waxahachie, Red Oak, Rice, out towards Kaufman, Grays Prairie, Oak Grove, Gun Barrel City, Maybank, Toole, Kemp, for damaging straight line winds of 60 miles an hour. Heavy rain, maybe a little bit of hail. We are seeing indications of circulations still. Let me switch to the radar. You can see we actually still have circulations being indicated here. Circulation east Richardson, northwest sides of Garland. Circulation east sides of Plano, moving towards Parker, Murphy. These are all potential spin-up tornadoes and damaging straight-line winds. So understand here, just because these storms are getting further away from the radar and we're not able to see them in as detailed view of a look, doesn't mean we don't have issues. I mean, we're looking within a span of 10 miles here, and we have 3 circulations that could produce spin-up tornadoes, hurricane-force winds. Here, even in east-northeast Dallas, here on 78 north of I-30, moving towards south sides of Garland, Mesquite, circulation. All this is potentially damaging straight-line winds, spin-up tornadoes. So a lot of wind damage is probably ongoing out here. I'll check the power outage map again. See what we've got going on. And yeah, we went from 60,000 customers without power to 100,000 customers without power. So we now have over 100,000 customers without power with these storms. And that number is going to continue to climb. So let me go ahead and do this. I'm going to put a storm track on this. Moving east at 60. And I realize there is so much color on this map, it's ridiculous right now, but I'm going to do my best, and I will audibly call out storm names, or storm names times.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Fannin and Grayson County in Texas.
Okay, that's the Red River. And by the way, Those of you watching, I believe on both YouTube and Facebook, if you click the CC button, you'll get closed captions. Okay, so this will be moving into Wolf City, 6:10 to 6:15. Leonard, about 6:05. Celeste, about 6:05. Greenville, 6:05 to 6:10. Rice City, 5:55 to 6 a.m. Terrell, about 6 a.m. Seagoville, 5:45. Oak Grove, about 6 a.m. Kemp, about 6:10. Lone Oak, about 6:20. Emory, about 6:30. Edgewood, about 6:25. Canton, about 6:25 to 6:30. Cooper, about 6:35. Commerce, about 6:20. Sulphur Springs, about 6:40 to 6:45. Van, probably about 6:40 to 6:45. And again, this whole line, I could probably just do a storm track complete with this whole line. I mean, Paris, about maybe 6:30 a.m. Bonham, probably about 5:55 to 6 a.m. Como, about 6:40 a.m. This line of storms is going to be moving very quickly from west to east. There may be some showers or storms that are present before these storms actually arrive, but this line of storms will have the nasty wind with it. Could have winds over 60 miles an hour. In fact, you can see right now the radar thinks there's winds well over that approaching Anna, but we're looking up pretty high where we have very strong winds. So not all of that is going to be mixing down to the surface. I'll try this, and you can see, looking from a different view, you can see the radar's actually at the Sam Rayburn Tollway and Highway 75 picking up a pocket of 90-mile-an-hour winds from the Love Field/DFW wind shear radar. So southwest sides of McKinney, Fairview near 75 Sam Rayburn Tollway could have damaging winds, hurricane force winds right now. Another pocket northwest sides of McKinney, Allen could have winds over 70 to 80 miles an hour. We're going to find out pretty quick what the winds are in this little pocket that says it's 80 to 90, because that's about to move over the McKinney-Collin County Airport, where we have an automated weather observation station to give us wind readings. But again, you can see very, very strong winds continue with this line of storms that's moving from west to east. Good news is for DFW, this will be out of DFW in the next 30 minutes. Denton County, you're done. Tarrant County, you're done. Cook County, you're done. Now, it's still raining, but the nasty winds are done. Downtown Dallas, you're done. Carrollton, you're done. Louisville, Coppell, DFW Airport, you're done. I'm just checking on a few things, but I could probably be good and actually just put this on for y'all. And here's just a loop over the last 2 hours. So again, you can see line of storms, though they're not severe, we do have storms down into the hill country and central Texas. Those storms could have brief heavy rain, gusty winds of maybe 35 to 45 miles an hour, maybe some very small hail. Those will be moving across Interstate 35 from Waco to Temple, Belton, Round Rock, Austin, Georgetown, San Marcos, maybe even San Antonio over the next 2 hours. You can see the nasty winds, nasty severe storms are confined to North Texas, eastern parts of the DFW Metroplex right now, in eastern Texoma. That activity will continue racing off to the east across northeast Texas, the Arklatex, East Texas, over the next several hours. This line is going to be in Arkansas and Louisiana by probably 10 a.m. That's how quick this is moving. It's still moving east at like 60. A little nasty storm developing near Van Alstyne. Let me look at that real quick It's not developing, but it's showing up, and I'm concerned. This is a little... As this storm is absorbed by the squall line, we're kind of seeing a bit of a circulation just northeast of Van Alstyne. You can kind of see that little inflow notch here. I realize there's so much stuff on this radar, it's messy. Right here, northeast of Van Alstyne, this is moving up towards Whitewright. Little concerned we could have a circulation pop up here real quick with this storm as we see a cell merger occur. I'm going to pull up a private radar that's located in Durant, Oklahoma. I can't show it. I don't have that ability on this, but I'm going to look it up to see if it is able to discern or determine anything. In fact, I'm not getting any data from that radar. That's weird. It might just be out of service. Oh, well, I guess that's not a surprise. But again, we're going to have to keep an eye on that just in case we have some sort of spinny, doom action occur. All right, so here's the leading edge of the squall line now. Extends from near Anna, east sides of McKinney, to Lucas, to Wiley, to Rowlett, to Mesquite, to Hutchins. Winds of 60 to 80 miles an hour. Potential for brief spin-up tornadoes, heavy rain. Not really dealing with much hail. But this line's moving east at 60 miles an hour. So let's give some folks some clear. Salina, you're clear. Prosper, Little Elm, Carrollton, Louisville, you're clear. Downtown Dallas, you're clear. Richardson, you're clear. Duncanville, you're clear. It's still going to be raining, but the nasty issues are over. I really don't like that storm moving towards Whitewright. I just don't like that at all. So those of you in Whitewright, Bells, we're going to keep a very close eye on this storm up here. Just in case it tries to do some nasty little spinny action near Tom Beam. Y'all are getting pelted with cloud-to-ground lightning strikes right now. But, again, we have no tornado warnings, nothing like that right now. We have nasty, severe storms producing all sorts of wind damage. It's about to be moving into eastern Collin, Rockwall, Kaufman counties, Hunt counties, Fannin County. They're east of Grayson County. All sorts of, it looks like a bunch of construction debris on Highway 380 near University Drive in Little Elm. The number of power outages in DFW have jumped from 100,000 to 193,000 customers. So again, we are now approaching the 200,000 mark for customers without service in DFW. And keep in mind, a customer is a single person, whoever's on the account. There could be a family of, 2 to 5 people in that. So a lot of people are now without power, and that number will continue to expand. I'm going to do real quick. So I'm going to drink some water. So again, those of you on Whitewright, we're keeping a very close eye on a storm coming in from the Van Alstyne area. Same for Tom Beam. Interesting signature there. You can see we got tornado warnings out the wazoo up in eastern Oklahoma. And we've got severe storm warnings out the wazoo here, eastern North Texas. Threat of severe storms will be moving east of DFW, or excuse me, the DFW Metroplex here in the next 30 minutes, but will continue moving into eastern North Texas, into northeast Texas, and east Texas. I'm going to reset this program real quick. Okay, let's get back to it. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer, 5:52 a.m. on Tuesday, 4th of March, 2025. We've got a line of nasty thunderstorms producing wind damage across parts of North Texas and the DFW Metroplex this morning. We've got that leading edge of the line extending from Bells, Whitewright, Van Alstyne to Blue Ridge to Farmersville. Nevada, Rockwall, Mesquite to Forney to Seagoville to Ferris could have winds of 60, 70, 80 miles an hour. And nasty potential for wind damage. Watching a circulation developing near Whitewright. I'm a little concerned about this up here. We could get a quick tornado near Whitewright to Bells in the next 20 minutes if that doesn't start calming its happy self down. So again, if you are in places like Dallas, you're clear. We've got 18-wheeler flipped over on I-35 at Bear Creek Road in Glen Heights. That's on the border of Dallas and Ellis counties near Red Oak. Again, a lot of very strong westerly winds with these storms have resulted in a lot of semis and high-profile vehicles being blown over on these north-south highways. We've got doing a wee bit of housekeeping. Yes, I hear myself. No, I don't want to hear myself. There we go. All right, so let's talk about it. Those of you asking about Northeast Texas, East Texas, I'm going to make this pretty easy. If you are east of this line of thunderstorms and you are in Texas, meaning everyone from Killeen to Madisonville to Lufkin to Pineland points north, you're getting this line of storms in the next 3 to 4 hours. Some of these storms are going to be producing damaging winds, even the threat of a few tornadoes. So places like Hewitt, Crockett, Lufkin, Pineland, Nacogdoches, Palestine, Mejia, Corsicana, Frankston, Tippson, Carthage, Tyler, Longview, Marshall, Hallsville, Canton, Alba, Terrell, Sulphur Springs, Quinlan, Cooper, Paris, Avery, Texarkana, Omaha, Atlanta. Guess what? You're getting stormies. And you're going to be getting the storms this morning. Over the next 3 to 4 hours, this line's going to be moving from west to east at 60 miles an hour. Strongest storms could produce spin-up tornadoes, damaging winds, small hail, heavy rain. And it's moving east at 60. So if you're downstream of these storms, you're getting it. Tornado watch is in effect through 11 a.m. Let's give some folks an all clear. If you're in places like McKinney, you're clear. Plano, Allen, you're clear. Dallas, you're clear. Duncanville, you're clear. Mansfield, Arlington, Midlothian, Cleburne, Alvarado, Grandview, you're clear. If you're in Bonham, Greenville, Terrell, Royce City, you're not clear. You're still going to be dealing with this. And again, I really don't like this storm up near Whitewright and Bells. We're going to watch that over the next 10 minutes as it undergoes a merger into the squall line. And again, we're going to have a lot of trees and power lines down across the Metroplex. We did this last May. We're doing it now. Do not assume the power lines are de-energized. Do not go play with them. Do not go touch them. Do not poke them with anything. Leave the power lines alone. No touchy. Resist the urge. Please and thank you. That safety tip provided by Baldy-in-Chief. Okay, we now have gone from 190,000 customers without power to almost 300,000 customers without power in DFW. So we're now well over 250,000 folks, customers without power. And by customers, I mean a single person. A family of 4 or 5 per customer. A lot of people are without power. So again, we've now have large-scale significant power outages in the DFW Metroplex exceeding 250,000. So, clearly we've escalated from simple isolated power outages to a larger, wide-scale disaster-type event for the infrastructure. We'll deal with that later, but let's talk about what's going on now. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're coming up on 6 a.m. here on Tuesday, the 4th of March, 2025. A line of severe storms has moved across the Metroplex, North Texas this morning, knocking out power to over 250,000 people. This line of intense thunderstorms is moving from west to east at 60 miles an hour. The threat for severe storms in DFW west of this line has ended. It will be east of DFW completely in the next 30 minutes. Those of you in northeast Texas, east Texas, this yellow box, you are under a tornado watch until 11 a.m. So if you are east Texas, northeast Texas, the Arklatex, pretty much if you go from downtown Dallas to Shreveport, Louisiana, you're in a tornado watch. If you're in Waco to Reclaw, you're in a tornado watch. If you're from Sherman to Texarkana, you're in a tornado watch. That means the potential for these storms to come in from the west to produce damaging straight-line winds, large, well, maybe some hail, and even a few tornadoes. You may remember a little earlier I was talking about how we had radar showing about 90-mile-an-hour winds near 121, Sam Rayburn Tollway and 75, and that it'd be approaching the Collin County Regional Airport where we'd get a wind reading. Well, we would have, except it looks like the anemometer has been destroyed, or at least broken to the point where we're no longer getting any wind readings. So I think it's safe to say it was strong wind, and it broke the weather station. So that's unfortunate. Let's see what Love Field got. Love Field had a wind gust to 68 knots. Okay, so 68 knots is about 78 to 79 miles an hour. So Love Field had a 78-ish mile-an-hour wind gust at 5:34 a.m. Dallas Executive had a 58-mile-an-hour wind gust at 5:36. Addison, well, didn't really have much wind, according to that. We'll see. So, yeah, it's been a morning. Okay, so let's talk about what's going on. Line of storms moving east at 60 miles an hour. All of you in northeast Texas, east Texas, you're under the threat of this. Tornado watch through 11 a.m. Strongest storms, the potential for hurricane-force winds over 80 miles an hour, spin-up tornadoes, maybe some hail. Hail is not a big threat today. Damaging winds? Oh, yes. Threat of spin-up tornadoes? Yes. And the tornado threat is of a level where these could spin up very quickly. And I have no doubt there have been several tornadoes probably around DFW this morning that we didn't have tornado warnings on. That's just the name of the game with this kind of a squall line. They pop up so quickly that they simply are not able to get warnings out on all of them fast. I can already tell we've had some staffing issues. We're not getting any local storm reports. The Fort Worth office used to be very good about putting out LSR's local storm reports, and you'd hear them on the stream. Well, I don't think they have a particularly large number of people staffed in the office today, so they're having to triage the situation and work on it. And they've done a great job issuing these warnings, that's for sure. Okay. So, it's 6:02. By the way, if you're watching your local weather forecast, no matter where you are in the country, Interactive Weather Radar, you can find the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. And I'm going to go ahead and show you our expectations for this morning. We also have Interactive Weather Radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. I'm going to load the HER data. And again, this may be running a little slow with the squall line's eastward progression, but it'll at least give you an idea of what we're expecting. So you can see squall line quickly making it east out of North Texas. It's going to be into Arkansas by 10 a.m., Louisiana by 11 a.m. We have a report of a collapsed warehouse in Louisville. I'm not sure of specifics. That's going to be something DFW Scanner would have information on. We've got a report of a structural collapse of a large warehouse, the 2500 block of State Highway 121 in Louisville. Major damage. So again, these very strong winds, it doesn't take tornadoes to cause major, major damage. So again, that's 2500 block of State Highway 121 in Louisville, collapsed warehouse. We now have 305,000 customers without power in North Texas. Storms continue to quickly move from west to east. Leading edge now from Bonham, Leonard, Greenville, Caddo Mills, Forty, Palmer, Ennis. Strongest storms extending from Fannin County, Hunt County, Kaufman County. The potential for 60 to 80 mile an hour winds. Spin-up tornadoes. These storms have a history of knocking out power to over 300,000 customers in DFW. We have multiple buildings that have been damaged or destroyed. And these are mean, mean, mean storms. Here's the radar over the last couple hours. I'll clean this up. We got multiple semis rolled over on 121. And again, I have no doubt we've had spin-up tornadoes in DFW this morning. I mean, we've had a lot of velocity circulations, but these were so quick, so fast. They were likely embedded within areas of strong straight-line winds as well. So that's the same kind of thing we're going to be seeing in Northeast Texas, East Texas this morning. Understand, y'all are going to have issues too. And we're going to be here for you. A tornado watch remains in effect until 11 a.m. for Northeast Texas and East Texas. Looking down into Central Texas, you can see line of storms quickly approaching Interstate 35, Georgetown, Austin, San Antonio. We've got a report of a building collapse in McKinney. Don't have any specifics on that yet. That'd be something to watch for from DFW Scanner. And we'll relay that information to you as soon as it's available. We'll see if that ends up being anywhere near the 121.75 area where radar showed issues. But again, Austin, San Antonio, line of storms, weak storms, will be rolling in from the west over the next hour, hour and a half. Could have gusty winds, brief heavy rain, but nothing like we're dealing with in DFW right now. We note severe thunderstorm warnings now have been allowed to expire for storms in central Texas. The only storms severe at this point appear to be from Interstate 20 north to the Red River, from near Bonham to Greenville, Cattle Mills, Terrell. So again, downstream, Honey Grove, Commerce, Wolf City, Greenville, Lone Oak, Cache, West Tawakoni, Tawakoni Lake, Wills Point, Myrtle Springs, Canton, Kaufman, Terrell expect a line of storms to roll in from the west over the next 30 to 45 minutes. We could have very damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour, hurricane force winds, and maybe spin up tornadoes. We do appreciate everyone who's tuned in this morning. I hope it's been helpful and useful. We appreciate everyone who has been sending in super chats or stickers on YouTube. Everybody who's been hitting that like button on the videos. That helps the video get shown to more people. Even if you don't like the fact we're having to do severe weather coverage. I'm not. So those of you in Northeast Texas, heads up, you will be dealing with damaging winds, nasty storms coming in from the west over the next several hours. Line of storms is moving from west to east at 60 miles per hour. So they're booking and cooking. Just checking a few various reports. Stretching. And again, the only storms that are severe right now that are producing these nasty winds across are roughly Highway 82, Interstate 30, along the north of Interstate 20. Greenville, you're about to get walloped. Wolf City, Bonham, Honey Grove, you're about to get walloped. I'm about to have to go grab a meal shake. All right, that's what I'm going to do, actually. Give me 30 seconds. You're not going to see me for 30 seconds. I'm just going to run to the kitchen, grab a meal shake, and continue nomming. and coveraging. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We got pita chips, we got a meal replacement shake, we got a monster. We are good to go. All right. $6:14. Let's talk about what's going on. We got nasty storms moving through Bonham, Bailey, Celeste, Greenville, Cache, Cattle Mills, down to Terrell and Tulty. These storms are capable of producing nasty wind, etc. Thank you to Vigo Smiles for that super chat. Our Chrome Dome Commander. You bet your behind. Yes, sirree, Bob. All right. So let's go ahead. We'll do some detailed analysis. We'll give you a timeline on the arrival of these storms. Now, you can see we actually have some new storms developing out ahead of the squall line. Those may end up merging with the squall line at some point and providing a little extra oomph to the line as it moves from west to east. Otherwise, it's just going to make a mess on the, or make more of a mess on the radar. You can tell I need to eat a snack, which is what we're going to do. And a Celsius. All right. So I'm Texas Storm Chasers David Reimer. Thank you for tuning in this morning. We're going to be here for quite a while yet, covering the thunderstorms as they move across northeast Texas, east Texas. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the radar. I'm going to pull up watches. This is the standby. All right, there is significant damage in parts of McKinney. Looks like a very large warehouse has lost its roof. So parts of McKinney, don't know where yet, definitely have significant damage from either hurricane force straight line winds or a tornado. We'll pull up the current watches, and again, we have a tornado watch that is in effect through 11 a.m. for northeast Texas, the Arklatex, and parts of east Texas. This runs along and north of Highway, what is that, 84? If it's 84, I get a cookie. Yay, cookie! From Waco to Mahia to Palestine to Reclaw to, for all intents and purposes, Mount Enterprise to Tenaha north. This includes I-20 from Terrell to Shreveport. It includes I-30 from Greenville to Texarkana. It includes 82 from Bonham to Texarkana. Northeast Texas. DFW scanner reports significant roof damage to a warehouse in the 900 block of South Airport Drive in McKinney, which, if you were listening about 15 minutes ago, I mentioned how the weather station at the airport, the anemometer, spinny cups, the wind measurement device, had stopped reporting. That might explain what happened. I wonder if part of the warehouse roof ended up decapitating the weather station. It might have. A lot of sheet metal goes flying around. Okay, so tornado watch for northeast Texas, East Texas, as squall line from the west moves east. Once the squall line passes your location, the threat of severe storms is done. So DFW, it's done. Western, big country, whatever, it's done. Meteorologist Matt Hines at KXXV 25 News in Waco just reported a 65-mile-an-hour wind gust in Woodway down in McLennan County at 612. So we definitely have some very strong winds, even with this line here in Waco that's not under a severe warning. So we're still getting winds capable of producing wind damage down in the Waco area. So we're going to need a severe storm warning there. But that was from KXXV 25 News meteorologist Matt Hines out of Waco. So, oh goodness, these lights are bright. Sorry, peeps. As much as I would love the white balance and my facial tones to be perfect, I'd also like to be able to get through this without having a stroke or a headache, migraine of doom attack me. So we've got line of storms now extending from Bonham, Greenville, Terrell, Kaufman. We're seeing a lot of these little smaller storms ahead of the line develop, which may help us here a bit. This may actually result in some temporary loss of organization with this line, or at least knock some of these wind gusts back down to not hurricane force. I'm going to load a 1-hour loop. And again, these storms are getting pretty far away from the closest weather radars, so we're not getting a good look at the low levels.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Delta, Fannin, Hopkins, Hunt, and Lamar County in Texas.
You can see several counties in eastern North Texas now under a severe thunderstorm warning for hurricane force winds, potentially. Nasty, damaging straight line winds. You can see this radar over the last hour. Storms moved across pretty much the whole Metroplex in an hour. So they're moving at 60. They're booking and cooking and all that. So storms in Waco could have strong winds over 60 miles an hour. And then we've got some activity Round Rock, Austin to San Antonio. Those storms, Austin, Round Rock, San Antonio, are not intense. They're capable of producing some brief rainfall, some gusty winds, and given the fire conditions and strong winds arriving later today, the grass is probably going to be dry within an hour or two and will easily burn, unfortunately. It's weird. I've never seen my protein shakes have that kind of a plastic thing in it before. It must be messed up. Noted, not drinking that. So again, Austin, San Antonio, brief rain, probably not even going to reduce the fire threat for more than an hour or two. See if we have any wind reports coming out of this. Switch this to the Shreveport radar. We'll switch this to the Fort Worth radar. I have 8 monitors around me. I'm a nerd, I know. So again, what are we expecting? Well, this line of storms currently moving across northeast Texas, eastern North Texas, is going to continue moving east at about 60 miles per hour. This is going to result in sporadic damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour. The potential for
a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bell, Falls, Limestone, McLennan, Milam, and Robertson County in Texas.
The potential for damaging winds, spin up tornadoes, could knock down trees, cause power outages, etc. This line of storms knocked out power to 300,000 customers in DFW in the last 90 minutes. We have significant structural damage in parts of Wise County, Denton County, Collin County, Dallas County. Probably some stuff in Tarrant County, too, I just haven't heard about yet. So, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for the line segment around Waco to Temple. That's going to be moving towards Rosebud, Lott, Marlin, Mart, Groesbeck, Thornton, Braymond, Calvert, north of Hearn. That activity moving from west to east at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. The potential for damaging straight line winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. Heavy rain. Some wind damage. All right. I will say, the line itself, it may just be getting farther away from the radar here in North Texas, but it doesn't look as intense. That being said, given the very strong kinematics, the wind shear aloft, I don't want to say it's actually much weaker. It might just be farther away from the radar. So, I mean, regardless, this thing's going to be putting out a lot of wind. Northeast Texas, East Texas, and these storms that continue to move in from the west. So, all sorts of nonsense going on. Storms will be moving into northeast Texas, East Texas over the next couple of hours with damaging straight line winds. Some small hail, maybe a few spin-up tornadoes. Meteorologist Jason Cooley's on scene of that collapsed warehouse at Highway 121. That might have been a spin-up tornado. I'm seeing some pictures and videos of the warehouse. That really does look like a small tornado moved across that warehouse. And it looks like he thinks so too. So again, we're probably going to find out we've had a few tornadoes in DFW this morning. I mean, weak spin-up tornadoes, damaging straight line winds. In this case, a lot in the same, but it just goes to show that, yeah, it's been a busy morning. All right, so what I'm going to do is, let's take a look at the HRRR. This is going to give y'all a sense of timing this morning of storms as they move from west to east. I got to change some buttons here. We're going to zoom back out. And I would just want to pull up 7 a.m. Hunt County, many trees are down across the county. Looks like there's one tree through a building in Commerce. So again, that's the Greenville area, Commerce, etc. All these storms still producing very heavy winds. So we said the stuff was just getting farther from the radar. Couldn't tell if it was weakening. Clearly the answer is no, because it's still knocking stuff down into buildings. Good to know. Not good to have happen, but good to know. Here's the high-res rapid refresh model at 7 a.m. It's doing a pretty good job. Strongest storms, eastern North Texas, northeast Texas. Thin line of storms extending along Interstate 35 from Hillsborough to Waco to Georgetown to Austin, San Antonio. We're just going to step through this. 8 a.m. Storms approaching Bryan College Station, east of I-35. The threat is done on I-35. Leading edge of the storms in northeast Texas, Clarksville, Mount Pleasant, Mineola to Tyler to Athens to Buffalo, Hewitt. 8 a.m. 9 a.m., leading edge of the storms now approaching, well, New Boston to Ore City to Longview to Jacksonville, Grapeland, all the way down east of Bryan College Station. Strongest storms by far northeast Texas. 10 a.m., line of storms exiting northeast Texas. It's done in northeast Texas. Still some showers behind it. Shreveport, Louisiana, Nacogdoches, Dibble, Conroe, just west of Houston. Some of these storms may have some small hail, gusty winds in East Texas by this point. I think the highest severe weather threat will be northeast Texas over the next couple hours. Here's 11 a.m. Storms east of the Houston metro up towards Woodville. Noon, storms out of Texas except the Golden Triangle. At this point, the severe weather threat is much lower. I'm going to go ahead and loop this from noon to 7 a.m., or for those of you without the dyslexic tendencies, 7 a.m. to noon. Here you go. Goes to show this is going to be a very fast-moving line of storms. You can see with southward extent, these storms don't look as intense. Still could have some strong winds with it, for sure. Oh, and by the way, just for fun, quickly looking, guess what? We're probably going to have some snow in the Panhandle in West Texas for a few hours this morning with 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Not a pleasant experience. Maybe some modest snow accumulations around Amarillo out towards Vega. We'll see. We have Storm Chaser Blake Brown up there for that because Blake Brown seems to get everything. If he ends up getting a dust devil with snow and a fire, that's just where I smack my head against the desk and give up. So, with that being said, what we're going to do is at 6:30, I'm going to take a 5-minute talking break. We're going to have some music playing. Severe weather coverage is going to continue. I'm just going to take a quick 5-minute break to collect my thoughts, check on some things, find a meal that isn't trying to actually kill me with plastic, and we'll continue on with our severe weather coverage across East Texas, Northeast Texas, and the Arklatex this morning.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Camp, Franklin, Smith, Titus, Upshur, and Wood County in Texas.
good morning. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Monitoring a line of thunderstorms now moving across eastern North Texas, northeast Texas, the Arklatex, into East Texas. This line of storms has produced significant wind damage over the DFW Metroplex over the last couple of hours and knocked out power to several 100,000 people. This line of storms continues to move from west to east at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. We're going to go over what's happening right now. We're going to go over what we expect to happen over the next few hours. And we'll continue to deal with issues going into this afternoon in terms of very strong westerly winds across the state, blowing dust, fire danger, stuff like that. So let's go ahead and get into it. We'll start off with current severe warnings across parts of northeast Texas. Line of storms moving in from Honey Grove to Paris. That could have damaging winds with it. We're kind of dealing with a complex situation now where we have storms a bit ahead of the line that are doing some strong winds, and the line itself, which still has strong winds. Eventually, these will probably just grow into one line. But for now, it's, well, kind of like the old line out west is handing off to this new line to the east. Regardless, it is going to be windy. Bonham to Paris, Wolf City to Cooper, storms underway. Commerce, Greenville, Sulphur Springs, storms underway. Greenville, you're about done. Lone Oak, storms underway. Emory to Yantis, storms. Wills Point to Kemp to Gun Barrel City to Corsicana, one-line segment capable of producing some strong winds. Gusty winds, maybe 40, 50, maybe 60 miles an hour. Quitman to Mineola, storms with some small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain. Storms extending from, Hewitt to Athens, really. But the main line from Corsicana to Hubbard to east side to Waco, down towards Rizal, Marlin, Lot, Rosebud. Switching down south, you can see we've got a line of storms that's already made it east of Temple and Belton, east of Georgetown. Gusty winds, brief moderate to heavy rain now in Austin. Same thing down through I-35, Kyle, San Marcos, New Braunfels, San Antonio. Very brief round of moderate to heavy rain, 5 minutes, maybe a few rumbles of thunder, and then it's gone. We note some storms starting to fire up, showers at least. Brazos Valley, up all the way into East Texas. So, clearly, I think the clear present indication is we have calmed down for now. We don't have that super intense line of storms that we had 45 minutes ago, but we still have storms here that are capable of producing 50 to 60, maybe 65 mile an hour wind gusts, small hail, and still we're going to have to keep an eye out for a few spin-up tornadoes. And while things may look a little calmer right now, we also may be deceptively, well, we're looking pretty far away from the radars, so things may not be as calm as actually shown here, but we're just going to have to wait and see. That's where ground truth comes in. Oh, excuse me. And again, these storms are going to be moving east at about, east-northeast at 55 to 60 miles an hour. Severe thunderstorm warning for Paris, Sulphur Springs, Quitman, Mineola, Lindale, Tyler. Though, again, these look far less organized than they did earlier. The potential still exists that they could be capable of producing damaging winds, heavy rain, some very small hail. As they move off to the east-northeast. And then for what it's worth, Hitting some buttons here. It's snowing in the Panhandle. All right. So, let me show you the high-res rapid refresh model. And yes, you can see a number of tornado warnings in eastern Oklahoma right now. I'm going to knock all this off. I'm going to load this from 7 a.m. through 1 p.m. I'll let this play a few times. As you can see, this line of storms is not going to wait around long. You're going to see it exit northeast Texas quickly by 10 a.m. I mean, it's almost 7 now, and it's still moving east quickly, so it may be a little sooner than that, to be honest with you. East Texas may be closer to 11 a.m., and some of these storms are going to be capable of producing some strong wind gusts, maybe locally damaging winds, heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning, maybe even some small hail. A few spin-up tornadoes certainly not out of the realm of possibility. Up here in the Panhandle, West Texas, you can see some snow, even a little bit of rain through the morning hours with strong winds. Not a lot of accumulation expected with that activity. There may be some in the Panhandle. So we're going to keep a close eye on these storms for sure as this squall line moves from west to east. What we're going to do now is we're going to take a bit of a longer break. If you're watching us on Facebook, we encourage you to head on over to the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel, or easy enough, let's just do this. Head on over, TexasStormChasers.com, or the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We have live coverage continuing there, and we're going to keep the live coverage going on YouTube. We're going to take a bit of a break here. We're going to take about a 10-minute break, let y'all listen to some music, and we're going to be back here at 6:55 a.m. Central Time with your next severe weather update. Sooner if necessary, as we continue to monitor storms moving from west to east, now across northeast Texas and East Texas.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for McCurtain County in Oklahoma, Franklin, Red River, and Titus County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cherokee, Gregg, Rusk, and Smith County in Texas.
good morning. I'm Texas Storm Chaser Weather Center's Baldy-in-Chief, David Reimer. It is 6:55 a.m. now on this, the 4th of March, 2025. A line of thunderstorms is moving across northeast Texas into east Texas this morning. This storm has produced quite a bit of a rambunctious issue in the Metroplex and parts of North Texas over the last several hours, with several 100,000 people without power and a considerable amount of wind damage. We've seen a bit of a change in organization occur with this line. You can see we kind of have two lines now, the westernmost line and the easternmost line, and this activity has kind of coalesced over the last 30 minutes. I mean, at times things have looked pretty disorganized, and then it becomes more rambunctious again. Example, that storm over Gun Barrel City is looking pretty intense now, and the line itself is starting to become more organized, especially the western line, the original line. So let's go ahead and talk about what we expect over the next few hours as we deal with this activity moving from west to east across northeast Texas and east Texas.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Anderson, Freestone, and Leon County in Texas.
Could see more warnings there. We'll talk about that in just a moment. This is going to be a line of storms extending from really Paris to Sulphur Springs to Emory to Canton to Gun Barrel City. Lines moving from west to east at about 50 miles an hour. You can see we kind of have a secondary line ahead of it now. From Winsboro to Mineola to Lindale to Frankston, all the way down Highway 79 from Palestine down to Buffalo. Those storms at times are showing indications of producing damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour. Not really much hail, maybe some very small hail. And we're also keeping an eye out for any indications of lower level rotation, but we're not seeing any right now, probably because, well, this activity is pretty far away from the radars. But again, it's about to be rambunctious in places like Tyler, Mount Pleasant, Clarksville. This line will continue moving from west to east at a pretty good clip, 40 to 60 miles an hour. It's a little slower right now than it was earlier, but if it becomes more organized again, it is likely to become a faster moving system. And again, all this activity is going to move from west to east, 40 to 60 miles an hour over the next 3 hours. By 10 a.m., this will be in Arkansas out of northeast Texas. By 11 a.m., this will be in Louisiana and over the Piney Woods, over the Toledo Bend Reservoir, east of y'all, into Louisiana. Back southwest, we have a line of showers and a couple of storms. Corsicana, Bahia, Groesbeck, Raymond. Honestly, this activity looks pretty weak in comparison to everything else we've seen. And showers, essentially, along the leading edge of a cool front from Cameron, Elgin, Seguin to Elmendorf. It's done in San Antonio. It's done in Austin. It's done in Belton Temple. It's done in Waco. DFW, the rain will be ending in the next hour. And then the very dry air with strong west winds comes on in. And here we go. So let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. Oh, by the way, it's snowing in the Panhandle with very strong winds. That'll continue for a few more hours yet. We're going to load the HER. We're going to press some buttons. We're going to pretend I know what I'm doing and not just making up words as I go. I'm not making up words as I go, mostly. Got to introduce some fun descriptors in there, here and there, just to make life lively. Here's the high-res rapid refresh model this afternoon, or this morning, really. You could see storms moving from west to east. Activity exiting the Golden Triangle by probably 1 o'clock. You can see northeast Texas is done by probably 9:30 to 10. East Texas, y'all are going to be done by, probably 11 a.m., especially with the most intense storms. So I think the highest severe weather threat will be the next couple of hours in northeast Texas, east Texas, with things winding down by late this morning as final thunderstorms exit. Notice we have a bit of snow in the Panhandle, West Texas. What I'm not showing you is that we're going to have a significant issue with westerly winds and extreme fire danger this afternoon. In fact, I'm just going to turn off everything real quick. Ignore the upper third. I'm not going to change it. I'll just show you the spooky colors. But here's the fire outlook for today. As you can see, we've got problems from the Trans-Pecos, the Permian Basin, the Concho Valley, the Edwards Plateau, the Hill Country, Central Texas, South Central Texas, the Big Bend, Far West Texas, the Panhandle, the Brazos Valley, even into the Rio Grande Plains. All this is very high to extreme wildfire danger. In fact, today is going to be a very dry, very windy day. We could have westerly winds over 60 miles an hour. We're going to have blowing dust storm potential. Any fires that get started, and there is a big worry that we're going to have fires get started because we're going to have such strong winds. We're going to start throwing stuff into power lines and sparks and stuff like that. Any fires that get started will have the potential to become uncontrollable quickly and do very bad things. So that's why we're concerned about that. And I'll just go ahead and load a graphic showing you the surface winds today. Let me load that real quick. Now, why did all my stuff reset? Is the better question. Someone's been messing with my color tables. It's going to be very windy out of the west across the entire state today. So we'll just go with that. We'll turn the radar back on. We'll turn off the satellite. We'll make sure warnings are on. And again, you can see strongest storms now over the last hour moving into northeast Texas, east Texas. It's done in DFW. It's done in most of North Texas. It's done in most of Central Texas. There's nothing going on in the Hill Country or South Central Texas at this point. Severe weather is confined to northeast Texas and parts of east Texas. Watching a storm near Oakwood, southwest of Palestine. Watching a line of storms all the way up towards Frankston, Noonday, Tyler, Hawkins. Those could have some strong winds, heavy rain, small hail. Watching storms just west of Mount Pleasant. Those could have strong winds, small hail, heavy rain. Same thing goes. Detroit, Paris, Sulphur Springs, Como, Yantis, Tundra, Log Cabin, Malakoff, Canton. But again, this all looks a lot less organized right now than it did when it was back in DFW. Notice we don't have a super well-defined line. We don't have a super well-defined, bow echo. That being said, we have very strong winds aloft right now, and these heavier rains are able to mix those winds down to the surface. So that's why we're still getting very strong winds and wind damage. I just don't have any pretty radar pictures to show you right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep things going here. We're going to keep you updated. We're going to do another music break. We're going to keep things going. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just sitting here keeping an eye on things, ready to pop in if something gets going. But what we're going to do is be back here at 7:15 with your next severe weather update for northeast Texas and east Texas. And we'll keep you updated. If we need to come back before then, that is something we most definitely shall do. But for now, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We'll keep you updated here on the Texas Storm Chasers Texas Weather Center. As always, you can get your local weather forecast, interactive weather radar, daily Texas weather roundups, and more in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps to your device. You can also find us on the web, texasstormchasers.com/radar for interactive weather radar. We'll be back in 10 minutes, sooner if conditions warrant. I'll talk to you again shortly.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bowie, Camp, Cass, Franklin, Gregg, Harrison, Marion, Morris, Red River, Smith, Titus, Upshur, and Wood County in Texas.
Hey, it is Tuesday, the 4th of March, 2025. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We are monitoring thunderstorms currently progressing across northeast Texas, East Texas. This activity brought quite a ruckus to North Texas this morning, and now it's off in East Texas, Northeast Texas, trying to give y'all some of the issues. We've definitely seen a transition here. Notice Northeast Texas, the line itself hasn't really maintained itself well. We're also starting to see a transition to more of a cellular storm structure, with a couple of these storms showing increasing organization and supercellular characteristics. We're going to switch over to the high-res radar, just do some analysis. You can see Parrish, you're done. Sulphur Springs, you're done. Emory, Canton, you're done. Still some storms in Clarksville, Bogota to Avery. There could be some strong winds with that. Sorry, y'all probably didn't want to hear me burp, so that's why I didn't. So, still could have some of these storms producing strong winds. Mount Pleasant, Talco, Bogota, Pittsburgh, Winsboro, Quitman, Mineola, Hawkins, Gilmer, Winona. We got a lot of storms out here, and some of these are showing indications of wind. Not really much hail. Watching this little storm southwest of Van. Little indications of rotation with that, a little appendage there. We'll keep an eye on it, but it's pouring and storming in Tyler, Bullard, Frankston. But we're watching a supercell. This is southwest of Palestine here. This is kind of out by itself, ahead of the line of showers, and this is showing some indications of organized mid-level rotation and the possibility of some quarter-size hail. We're just keeping an eye on this. It's kind of out in an environment that does support some organization. So, we'll switch to the Shreveport radar. Mid-level rotation, bit of a bounded weak echo region here. We'll keep an eye on it. It's moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour towards Palestine, meaning those of you in town may get some quarter-size hail. Gusty winds, heavy rain, a lot of cloud to ground lightning with this storm as it moves in from the southwest. We're keeping a close eye on it just in case it tries to do anything mischievous, but no indications of that at the moment. Otherwise, storms from Frankston, Jacksonville, north to Tyler, potential for heavy rainfall. Strong winds, could be locally damaging winds. And then we've got this activity from Mineola to Talco, Bogota, which I'll be honest, it just does not look organized. I mean, it is windy. Make no mistake, there's still strong winds out here just because of the amount of wind shear aloft. So, I mean, it's able to mix down some pretty strong winds, but we're just not, it's not your classic organized line of storms like we had in DFW earlier. So, it's still windy, enough to knock trees down, cause issues, but, you know, there's nothing that screams, you know, uh-oh, from this vantage point, whether it's just because the closest radar is too far away to see in the low levels, or if storms are actually less organized, but still able to mix down those very strong winds from aloft. So we're definitely going to be watching these storms from Tyler to Palestine as they move northeast. Back in central Texas, you could see line of showers. Austin, San Antonio, Waco, you're done. It's over. It's about to get drier than a popcorn fart with strong westerly winds coming in. We're going to have very high fire danger soon. Out in the Edwards Plateau, Hill Country, central, south central Texas, blowing dust. West Texas, the Permian Basin. And then we're just watching this storm near Palestine. So, let's go ahead. We'll pop on the high-resolution rapid refresh model, and we'll pop over. We'll press some buttons. Clearly, the caffeine's hitting. I don't like the fact I'm on my, second or third cup of caffeine since 2:30 this morning, but it is what it is. All right, here we go, here we go. We'll press some buttons and say ho, ho, ho. We'll go from 8 a.m. through 2 p.m. It's going to load real quick. Pardon the loading transition. It'll be less obnoxious in a moment. You can see this line of storms, if I put times on there, will be out of Texas by probably 10 a.m. Northeast Texas, it's done by 10 a.m. East Texas, maybe 11 a.m. The Golden Triangle, maybe noon. But notice, for all intent and purposes, the severe weather threat, the strongest storms, will probably be done by 11 a.m. So we are not expecting this to last particularly long. Clearly, storms continue to make fast progress from the west to the east. And in some cases, they're probably exceeding the expectation and rate in terms of getting out east. So hopefully that will allow us to be done in the next few hours, and we'll be able to focus our full attention on the wildfire outbreak threat later today across the western two-thirds of Texas. We note some rain, snow in the Panhandle, West Texas this morning in association with some very gusty winds as well. Maybe some modest snow accumulations in the Panhandle with that. So, again, we're not killing live streams, doing any of that, because that is a surefire way to cause something to go rambunctiously wrong. But we're definitely not as concerned right now as we were earlier with DFW, which is good. So, we're to keep an eye on the storms. I'd say the one that's most concerning by far right now is that one near Palestine in Anderson County. We'll keep an eye on that in case it tries to do anything rambunctious in the supercell spinning department. Otherwise, line of storms, cluster of storms really, continues to move from west to east quickly with lightning, heavy rain, and very strong to locally damaging winds. You can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. You get your local weather forecast, no matter where you are in the country, interactive weather radar, daily Texas weather roundups, and more. So again, you do that. You can also visit us on the web, texasstormchasers.com/radar. And we're going to be back here at 7:30 a.m. Central Time in about 10 minutes, 9 minutes, with your next update. And as always, if something happens sooner than that, we will be back. So, we'll talk to you again here in just a few minutes here on the Texas Weather Center.
thunderstorm warning has been issued for Little River and Sevier County in Arkansas, McCurtain County in Oklahoma, Bowie, Franklin, Red River, and Titus County in Texas. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Anderson, Freestone, and Leon County in Texas. New severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cherokee, Gregg, Harrison, Marion, Rusk, and Smith County in Texas.
Good morning, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is 7:30 a.m. here on Tuesday, the 4th of March, 2025. We've got thunderstorms progressing across northeast Texas, East Texas this morning. These thunderstorms have a history of producing wind damage throughout the morning and are now progressing into places like Clarksville, Avery, Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh. We just had a report of some wind damage out of Mount Vernon. Gilmer down to Hawkins, Lindale, Tyler, Kilgore, Longview, White House, Bullard, Troop, Jacksonville, Rusk, and Palestine. Line of storms moving from west to east, about 45 miles an hour, a little slower than earlier, but still progressing quickly. The potential for damaging straight line winds over 60 miles per hour. Maybe some nickel to quarter size hail. Can't rule out a few spin-up tornadoes and heavy rainfall. This activity continues to make steady, relatively quick progress off to the east. We note severe thunderstorm warnings galore are in effect for this portion of the squall line, pretty much from southeastern Oklahoma through the areas just described, all the way down through Tyler, Mineola, back down towards Buffalo. We have a storm moving from west to east, approaching Buffalo from the west, from Fairfield to Hewitt. That'll be crossing Interstate 45 near Buffalo, moving towards Oakward, Elkhart. That storm has the potential of producing localized wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. We've got a storm just north of Palestine. That's moving off to the northeast towards Frankston and Jacksonville. That could have some hail. Line of storms, Athens. Second area, Tyler, Winona. First line, Mineola up to Winsboro, to Bogota. And then the second line, /cells, Pittsburgh back to Hawkins. And again, all this is moving off to the east at about 45 to 55 miles per hour. The expectation is for northeast Texas to be done with this by 9:30 to 10 a.m. East Texas down to the Toledo Bend Reservoir, it may be closer to 11 a.m. And then the Golden Triangle, we could still have some showers and storms through about noon. As you can see, we only have severe thunderstorm warnings the northern half of East Texas, northeast Texas. Activity across the Brazos Valley into eastern central Texas, much, much weaker. We're talking a few showers with maybe a couple of embedded lightning strikes, so storms, but they're behaving themselves. Can't say the same for this activity up here in northeast Texas, where we have a plethora of thunderstorm activity ongoing, with some storms producing strong to locally damaging winds, maybe a little bit of hail. Still keeping an eye out for any sort of indication of low-level rotation. We're not seeing any of that right now, so we're in pretty good shape. But we'll continue to watch trends carefully. Back in the Panhandle, we have a bit of rain and snow falling with gusty west winds arriving. In fact, I'm just going to turn on, this is going to be wind gusts. This is not temperatures, this is wind gusts. You can see winds already up in the 40s. Lubbock, 41 mile an hour at Fort Stockton. We have a wind gust right now to 54 miles an hour in El Paso. And again, these are only going to pretty much double as we get into later this morning. Winds over 70 miles an hour, gusting in the Panhandle, likely over 65 to 70 in West Texas. Could have winds gusting as high as 60 through the Edwards Plateau, the Permian Basin, the Hill Country, central, south central Texas, as a very, very strong upper-level storm system creates one heck of a headache for us later today, with extremely dangerous wildfire potential, the western two-thirds to 75% of Texas. And then we have to deal with these storms. Stand by. We have a tornado warning coming in. I just saw that tweet pass by. Okay. Where, oh where is the warning? I saw one tweet that had it for parts of Camp, Cass, Morris, and Titus counties. Okay, there we go. Let me see where if I can find where they're concerned about.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Camp, Cass, Morris, and Titus County in Texas.
Yeah, I guess they're concerned with something in the area of Mount Pleasant. It's going to be a tornado warning for northwestern Camp, western Cass, central Morris, and southern Titus counties. Up here in northeast Texas, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado and straight line winds located 6 miles north of Pittsburgh, moving east at 65 miles an hour. So this tornado warning includes Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, Naples, Omaha, Cookeville, Casson, Rocky Branch, Highway 259 and Interstate 30, Rocky Mound, Roeder, Harvard, and Monticello. Again, this is going to be a tornado warning in northeast Texas for northwestern Camp, western Cass, central Morris, southern Titus counties until 8 a.m. This does include Mount Pleasant and Naples. They're concerned about a circulation here that is developed west of Highway 271 in the vicinity just north of Pittsburgh, south of Mount Pleasant. This is going to probably be near coming up towards Highway 271. Moving off to the northeast towards Naples. This is going to stay south of Mount Pleasant, though Mount Pleasant, y'all are going to get in on the straight line winds. This will be crossing over Highway 49, moving towards Cookeville, Omaha, Naples. Y'all are going to want to go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, not the worst idea you've ever had. And again, this will not be something that lasts particularly long at any given location. So again, we're here for a tornado warning now for northwestern Camp, western Cass, central Morris, and southern Titus counties in northeast Texas. A possible tornado approaching Highway 271 about halfway between Mount Pleasant and Pittsburgh. Moving off to the northeast at east-northeast at 65 miles an hour. That thing is cooking and booking, and it does not have to stop for stop signs, traffic lights, traffic, or whatever hoopla you've got going on out there. Boy, oh boy, does that thing got a temper tantrum going. So again, if y'all are in the area of Naples, Omaha, Cookeville, technically Mount Pleasant down to Pittsburgh, you want to go ahead and take your severe weather safety precautions. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This will not be a storm that lasts long for any given location. It's moving at 65 miles an hour. This thing is cooking and booking, and it will not stick around very long. All right. Okay, so again, we have a tornado warning there between Mount Pleasant and Pittsburgh, moving northeast towards Cookeville, Omaha, Naples, damaging straight line winds, and maybe a spin-up tornado. Again, this is one just like back in the Metroplex where we could have spin-up tornadoes along with plenty of damaging straight line winds. You can see we've got a pretty strong pocket of wind showing up on the radar around White House, south sides of Tyler. Whether or not this is making it down to the ground is not determinable at this point, but again, very strong winds possible right now, southern Smith County down towards Tyler. Same thing, Jacksonville, Palestine, Rusk. Strong winds with this cluster of storms moving east-northeast at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. This thing is cooking and booking, and these storms are showing an uptick in intensity now as they continue to move off quickly at 65 miles an hour. We'll go ahead and switch back to the statewide view. I'll turn off the satellite. I'm just loading this to show you how quickly these storms are moving. We'll knock the loop down to the last hour, show you northeast Texas. And again, these storms are hauling. as you can see. And again, we have a tornado warning for maybe a spin-up tornado, but damaging winds for sure. Northwestern Camp, Western Cass, Central Morris, and Southern Titus counties in Northeast Texas. I didn't know my girlfriend was in Northeast Texas this morning. Huh, okay. One of the county names is after her. So, this is going to be a storm moving into Morris County, moving towards Omaha, Naples, Cookeville. This will be east of, well, it probably is already east, honestly, of Highway 271. Again, this thing's moving 65 miles an hour. This thing's highway speed. So Cookeville, it's probably there already. Omaha, Naples, give it 5 to 10 minutes. I mean, it's moving highway speed. So, worse, spin-up tornado. Could also have damaging straight-line winds. Then as we go farther, well, technically this whole line from Clarksville to Mount Pleasant, Wilkinson, Pittsburgh to Big Sandy, Longview, Tyler to Kilgore to White House, Jacksonville to Henderson. All these storms have the potential of producing damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour, knocking down trees, causing power outages, causing damage to structures, heavy rain, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, and at times, yes, spin-up tornadoes. Farther south into the South Brazos Valley, we have showers. Maybe a few lightning strikes, there's nothing severe. So, we'll continue to focus on east-northeast Texas. Again, this activity will be exiting Texas in the next couple hours, but until that happens, we're going to have to monitor it carefully. We're seeing a pocket of enhanced wind across southern Smith County, southeast sides of Tyler. New tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Bowie, Morris, Red River, and Titus County in Texas.
So we're just going to start splattering the map with tornado warnings, but another circulation, potential for a spin-up. This is going to be up in portions of southwestern Bowie, northern Morris, southeastern Red River, northeastern Titus counties. As for a circulation just east of Wilkinson, just east of Argo, moving northeast towards Lydia, Bassett, Sims, Boston, DeKalb, Maud, Redwater, and Hooks. And again, this is just where, you know, it's not really different than DFW earlier. We could see spin-up circulations. The only difference is this time, I guess, we're going to put tornado warnings on everything and hope we catch them versus not. But again, anytime we have a little kink, anytime we have a little area where something can spin up, it's probably going to this morning. In addition to plenty of damaging straight-line winds and the potential for heavy rain. Again, this thing over White House really is... What are we dealing with here? Almost a mesoscale convective vortex or something? I don't know, but it's putting out a lot of wind. Southeast sides of Tyler to White House, y'all might be getting a lot of wind right now. To be honest, I'm not completely sure, but the radar says you are. So, we got reports of trees down near 344 and 346 in Teaselsville, Texas, down in southwestern Smith County. So, I mean, I guess that makes sense, but we're seeing strong winds all the way back towards Bullard, Jacksonville. And as this activity organizes, I guess we may see additional severe weather occur with the threat of spin-up tornadoes, damaging straight-line winds, and just all sorts of stuff. So this is in the National Weather Service's Shreveport area now. And yeah, I mean, there are definitely some indications of rotation here. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying we don't have tornadoes. We probably have had spin-up tornadoes for the last 3 hours ongoing with this, warnings or not, but definitely seeing some indications of that now as these storms are getting closer to the radar in Shreveport. We're able to start seeing into the lower levels again. So again, let me just, I'm not even going to try to blanket these with specifics, but if you're in Camp, Cass, Morris, Titus, Bowie, Red River counties, tornado warning for the next while. Line of storms coming in, potential for spin-up tornadoes, damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour, heavy rain, maybe some small hail. Don't bother trying to see any tornadoes. They're wrapped in rain. So again, that's going to be for portions of Red River, Titus, Morris, Bowie. Cass and Camp counties in northeast Texas. Potential for tornadoes. Spin-up tornadoes damaging straight-line winds. For what it's worth, that threat's probably going to extend into southern Camp County towards Lone Star soon. We're going to have to keep an eye on storms that are from east sides of Tyler towards Kilgore to Jacksonville in case they start trying to spin up, and they are. I mean, you could see some pockets of enhanced wind here, one near New Chapel Hill, one near Bullard. If these are able to tighten up and organize like a ballerina or skater bringing their arms in, they're able to spin faster. The same thing and same principle applies with rotational couplets in circulation. So that is where we may end up with additional significant issues. So it is 7:47 a.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We have tornado warnings for multiple counties now in northeast Texas for multiple circulations. We have one circulation moving towards Lydia, DeKalb, Boston, Sims, Bassett, Hooks. Another circulation approaching Omaha and Naples in Morris County. Storms that are severe, capable of producing damaging winds, perhaps spin up tornadoes back down into... Well, I'm just going to name towns. Pittsburgh, Gilmer, Hawkins, East Mound, Longview, Winona, Kilgore, Tyler, White House, Troop, Henderson, Bullard, Jacksonville, New Summerfield. Okay, we're dealing with a lot of wind out here. And it's just a big old mess. I'll turn the radar, and the reason I'm not trying to nitpick exactly where these are is this whole line has damaging wind and maybe spin up tornado potential. This isn't one of these situations where I can, turn the radar on and try to super nitpick. We're not close enough to the radar in Shreveport. See down here, Shreveport? We're looking, what? At this point, we're looking 5,000 feet above the surface here. I do think we probably have tornadic circulations approaching Naples, approaching Lydia, Bassett, Omaha, but I can't be super specific.
Bullard or Bullard is pronounced Bullard.
Bullard. Thank you. From Krista, one of our moderators. Appreciate that. But again, this activity continues to race off to the east, northeast at 70 miles an hour. This stuff is cooking. Let me tell you, this is what happens when you get a very strong upper level storm system that does crazy things. So, yay. Back down in this area, Tyler, White House, Bullard, Jacksonville, New Summerfield, Troop, ARP, damaging straight line winds. We're concerned about that. Gonna keep an eye on this storm near Jacksonville. Almost looks like a bit of an inflow notch right over Jacksonville with a rear flank downdraft swinging around. We'll keep an eye on that just in case it does something redonkulous. But, again, all these storms have the potential of producing damaging straight-line winds, spin-up tornadoes. We do note these storms, Longview, Kilgore, back towards Jacksonville are producing a excessive amount of cloud-to-ground lightning now compared to the counterparts further north. 57-mile-an-hour wind gusts out of the west at the Mount Pleasant Regional Airport, where these storms that are tornado warned just passed through. I guess if we really wanted to play this game, we could actually pick some circulations out. Circulation 1, 2, 3, approaching Omaha, Naples, south near Lydia. These are moving towards DeKalb, New Boston, Boston, Bassett, Sims, Naples. It's being a safe place. I mean, you could have spin-up tornadoes, you could have straight-line winds, you could have both. They're going to knock stuff over. It's not going to make for a particularly pleasant situation, and we're worried about trees and stuff falling on people. So go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, we have multiple circulations up here now. In fact, this one on the north side may be going towards DeKalb. 1, 2, 3, 4. All these are moving east-northeast at 70 miles an hour. So, again, it would not be the worst idea for y'all to take your tornado safety precautions in places like DeKalb, Boston, New Boston, Redwater, Maud, Sims, Bassett, Marietta, Naples, and eventually even Douglasville, as this line of storms continues to race off to the east-northeast at 70 miles an hour. It is insane. All right, let's go back south. You can see we've got straight-line winds out the wazoo now in eastern Smith County, moving towards Liberty City, Kilgore, Overton, just east of Tyler. Straight-line winds, Troop, Jacksonville, Rusk, Palestine. We've got another storm coming up from the southwest, and that's as far south as the rowdy storms go. Now, let's take a look at the statewide view, and we're doing this, 1, so I could show you the animation, 2, so we can make sure we're not missing anything. So the radar loop over the last 2 hours, you can see we had a bit of a downtrend in organization for a while east of the DFW, but now the squall line has essentially coalesced into one linear line segment again, and as that has occurred, storms are able to essentially begin to dominate their local environment and not fight each other, with the result being an uptick in intensity, which is why we have a couple of potential tornadic circulations now. One just east of Lydia, southwest of DeKalb, one on Interstate 30, probably 5 miles northeast of Highway 259, one near Omaha, one just south of Omaha, one southwest of Lone Star, all moving northeast-east at 70 miles per hour. A tornado watch may be required for portions of deep East Texas. We'll keep an eye on that as these storms try to make their way closer to the Toledo Bend Reservoir, but my caffeine cup is empty. The disappointment is strong. Additional caffeine may be required. How long have I been doing this? Oh, what are we coming up on 5 hours? I guess. So yeah, it's not a good morning for East Texas, Northeast Texas. Line of rambunctious thunderstorms moving from west to east at 60 to 70 miles an hour. Continues to produce damaging straight-line winds, spin-up tornadoes, heavy rain, not really much hail. This activity will be exiting northeast Texas probably by 9:30 a.m. East Texas should be out of the state by 11. But again, we're seeing multiple potential tornadic circulations now with this line segment in northeast Texas. Let's just get back into it. And again, this is just a situation where we have a lot going on and multiple circulations at once, just to spite everyone. One south of Naples, multiple circulations really between DeKalb and Bassett. So really we could have multiple spin-up tornadoes occurring here right now. And the clear message is those of you in DeKalb, Boston, New Boston, Hook, Sims, Bassett, Marietta to Douglasville need to be taking your tornado safety precautions. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, helmets if you got them. If not, that's okay. Just go to shelter. This eventually is going to impact Texarkana to Atlanta, Texas, as these storms are moving east-northeast at 75 miles an hour. Stand by. A new tornado warning has been issued, which means the computer is about to make a whole lot of noise. I'm going to turn the radar off real quick to let you see those warning polygons. And I'll read this. This is going to be a tornado warning for southeastern Bowie, northern Cass, northeastern Morris counties until 8:30 a.m. At 7:56 a.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes was located near Naples, 18 miles east of Mount Pleasant, moving east at 65 miles per hour. This tornado warning includes Texarkana, Queen City, Naples, Redwater, Maud, Douglasville, Marietta, Domino, and Bryan's Mill. Again, this is a tornado warning. Please take your tornado safety precautions now. Those of you in Texarkana, that means you're under the metaphorical gun here.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Bowie, Cass, and Morris County in Texas.
Okay, here is what we have. That tornado warning. Marietta, Naples, Douglasville, Maud, Domino. Technically, I guess the city of Texarkana almost. Redwater. And again, we do have multiple circulations here that are showing up. Many, to be perfectly honest with you. We've got one here. We've got technically 2, 3, maybe 4 circulations here. This will mean the potential for multiple tornadoes ongoing simultaneously. This activity is moving northeast at 65 to 75 miles an hour. Those of you in Bowie County, Cass County, let's just do it this way. From DeKalb south to Sims, Marietta, east to the state line, including areas along and north of a line from Marietta to Atlanta, all the way up through Texarkana to Red Bank. Go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, this activity is moving off to the east-northeast at 75 miles per hour. This stuff is cooking, booking, and it ain't stopping until it's out of the state. We do have thunderstorms ongoing.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Little River and Miller County in Arkansas. Bowie, Camp, Cass, Gregg, Harrison, Marion, Morris, Red River, Smith, Titus, and Upshur County in Texas.
Morris. You know, I once had a Morris tell me that wherever they are, they're not going to have any storms or weather near them. And yet now, anytime the word Morris is involved, it seems to involve a storm with 4 simultaneous couplets. Interesting. Okay, so again, we have multiple circulations capable of producing multiple tornadoes from DeKalb to Sims to Marietta, up here in far northeastern Texas in the Arklatex. This activity is moving into Bowie County and Cass County. This will be making its way towards New Boston, Boston, Red Bank, Hooks, Maud, Sims, Marietta, Douglasville, Domino, Red Bank, and the city of Texarkana. All this is moving northeast, 65, 75 miles an hour. You can see the latest scan there. We'll get the velocity scan in a moment. Quickly, storms back south, approaching Longview, damaging straight line winds. We don't see any rotation with these right now. Storms near Jacksonville. Back to Palestine, Elkhart, damaging winds, heavy rain. We don't see any indications of low-level rotation that's super strong right now. Strong rotation does continue from DeKalb, New Boston to Naples. And really, I'm just going to highlight this whole corridor with multiple potentially tornadic circulations moving off to the east-northeast. So Boston, Maud, Douglasville. Next 5 to 10 minutes, potential circulations with tornadoes could approach your area from the southwest. Those of you in Leary to Texarkana, Domino, Douglasville, Redwater, Hooks, Red Bank. Next 15 to 20 minutes, the potential for severe storms capable of producing tornadoes. Spin up tornadoes damaging straight line winds. One circulation near DeKalb, one circulation near Sims, one circulation near Marietta, all moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. Circulation near DeKalb moving towards the Red River and Highway 8. Circulation near Sims moving towards Boston and New Boston next 5-10 minutes. Circulation near Marietta moving towards Douglasville next 5 to 8 minutes. So that is what we're expecting in the next few minutes here in far northeast Texas. Once this line of storms makes it east of you, you're done with severe weather for the day in terms of storms. So if you don't have power, you don't have stuff like that because you've had damage, this is the only round of storms we're going to have today. DFW, we've been done with storms for hours now, or at least an hour and a half. We're going to have strong west winds, that's for sure, later today. Back down here into East Texas, Longview, or let me do this. Tyler, you're done. Winona, you're done. Hawkins, you're done. Gilmer, you're done. Canton, you're done. Frankston, you're done. Fairfield, you're done. Line of storms, damaging winds from near Lone Star or City, Longview. Overton to Troop to Jacksonville, moving east at about 50 miles an hour. Could have straight line winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour. At this point, we're not seeing any significant low-level rotation. That could change quickly, and if it does, we'll let you know. 3 possible tornadoes in progress now in northeast Texas. 1 just southeast of DeKalb. 2 just southwest of New Boston. 3 near Marietta. All circulations moving east-northeast at 70 miles an hour. The potential for damaging straight-line winds, hurricane-force straight-line winds, and spin-up tornadoes. Circulation just southeast of DeKalb, crossing 82 right now, between DeKalb and New Boston. That's moving towards Highway 8 and the Red River. Circulation number 2 is probably at this point crossing Highway 98, about, let's just say probably 4 miles north of Sims, about to move into New Boston and Boston. Circulation number 3 is about, probably a mile south of Marietta, 7 to 8 miles southeast of Naples, 8 miles southwest of Douglasville, moving, and all these are moving east-northeast at 70 miles an hour. You might be asking, well, David, what time does that mean it's going to get to Texarkana? Well, I'm glad you asked, virtual version of David. We're going to put a little storm track on and find out. So, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, let's press some buttons and sing a song, ho, 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 I don't know. So I'm just going to do this for circulations. We're staying on the which way the wind's blowing. Actually, let's just do this. I'm drawing this out ahead of the storm because these are moving so quickly. I'm concerned they're going to be ending up in areas sooner. So Douglasville, the next 5 to 10 minutes. Maud, the next 5 to 10 minutes. New Boston, next 5 minutes. Leary, probably 8:15 to 8:20. Domino, about 8:20 to 8:25. City of Texarkana on the Texas side, 8:20 to 8:25. Arkansas, Texarkana, about 8:25. We don't see any tornado debris signatures. That would be tornado debris being lofted. But again, we're probably looking too high up here. We're looking at about 5,000 feet. These are not the kind of tornadoes that I expect debris to be lofted super high. And the fact that we're probably not going to be down long enough to do so, typically. But you can definitely see some circulations here. We have a circulation now on Highway 82 east of DeKalb, just west of Interstate 30. We've got a circulation just east of Highway 98, just southwest of New Boston. We have a circulation just east of Marietta moving towards Douglasville. All these are moving east, northeast at 70 miles an hour. New Boston and Boston, you should have been in shelter 10 minutes ago. Get in shelter now. You've got maybe 60 seconds. Those of you in Douglasville, you've probably got about 5 to 10 minutes. Those of you in Red Bank, you've got probably 10 minutes. Hooks, same story. New Boston, you're about out of time. This thing's about to cross over Highway 8/98 in Boston/New Boston. Damaging straight line winds, the potential for spin-up tornadoes. Make sure we're not missing anything farther south. And again, we've got damaging winds, heavy rain, lightning. Moving into Longview, Kilgore, New London, Troop, Jacksonville, Rusk. Damaging winds, heavy rain, lightning. And remember, we're focusing on the most intense storms, which means if we're not talking about your storm, that's usually a good thing. You can always keep track of the storms in your area with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. And interactive weather radar, your local weather forecast, etc. And it's nationwide, not just in Texas. You can also use the radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. All right, it's 8:07 a.m. We have 3 possible tornadoes now in portions of Bowie and Cass counties in far northeast Texas. Tornado number 1 located probably, if it's down, about 5 miles northwest of New Boston, maybe. Circulation number 2 in New Boston and Boston. Circulation number 3, 4 miles west of Douglasville. All these are moving east, northeast at about 60 to 70 miles an hour. These things are cooking, they are booking, and they are going woo really fast. It's like me when I have too much caffeine, which may be now. All right, so again, New Boston, please be in shelter. DeKalb, you're clear. Naples, you're clear. Marietta, give it 5 minutes, you'll be clear. Hooks, you're under the gun. Texarkana, you're about to have fun. Yes, it rhymed. No other tornado warnings. We have storms with straight line winds, maybe 60 miles an hour from Hughes Springs to Avenger to Ore City to Longview to Kilgore to Overton to Troop to Jacksonville, back towards Elkhart and Rusk, moving east at 70 miles an hour. So these storms are clearly, they took their Wheaties and they're booking it. You can see we kind of have a bit of a kink here near Douglasville. Notice we've got 1 kink, 2 kinks, and that's where we're seeing the shear axis kind of try to spin up some tornadoes here. And this activity is moving east-northeast at 70 miles an hour. Which means it won't last long at any location, but it's also moving quickly. So, New Boston, if something's underway, it's happening right now. We're going to have a new tornado warning. Stand by. This will include the city of Texarkana. So Texarkana, being a safe place, Red Bank Hooks. This is a new...
A new tornado warning has been issued for Little River and Miller County in Arkansas, Bowie County in Texas.
Okay, so that's going to be a tornado warning. That does include the city of Texarkana. This is Bowie County in northeast Texas. Possible tornado near New Boston, moving east-northeast 60 miles an hour towards Red Bank Hooks and Texarkana. Storm number 2 was possible tornado just west of Douglasville, moving east-northeast towards, Douglasville, and then Domino here in northern Cass County. This activity is the only tornadic issues we're dealing with in the state of Texas at the moment. And moving at 60 to 70 miles an hour means it is going to be the only issue we have to deal with for about another 20 minutes. See the latest scan coming in. Little less of an obnoxious rotational circulation with both storms, but still seeing a shear axis just northeast of New Boston and Boston, and one just west of Douglasville. This could be damaging straight-line winds, maybe a spin-up tornado. Dog, are you being obnoxious? Yeah. Yeah, you're very cute, but you're being kind of obnoxious. Are you an attention-seeking thing? Yeah. And this activity is moving off east-northeast about 60 miles an hour. Here's the how hard it's raining mode. You can see it's messy, but there's definitely some cellular structure there. We'll go back south, make sure we're not missing anything.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hempstead, Howard, Little River, and Sevier County in Arkansas, McCurtain County in Oklahoma, Bowie County in Texas.
You can see that with the line of storms here, we're seeing some pretty impressive straight line winds. 55, 60 miles an hour. Places like Longview or City Lone Star, just west of Linden. Even seeing some strong winds down towards Troop and Jacksonville. Circulation's up here, not as intense looking in the last few minutes. They've calmed down, but still damaging straight line winds, potential for spin-up tornadoes. Longview, you're getting it right now, straight line winds over 60 miles an hour. Same thing down towards Jacksonville, Troop, west of Henderson. Strong winds, heavy rain. Marshall, it's raining. Tatum, it's about to rain. Nothing severe with that stuff right now. Your main issue is going to be with storms coming in from the west. About to get some strong winds in places like Linden, Jefferson on Highway 59. Douglasville, can't rule out damaging straight line winds. Maybe a spin-up tornado. That looks less obnoxious than it did a few minutes ago. Good news is, same thing with this circulation that's now north and northeast of New Boston. This still the potential for some damaging straight line winds, maybe a spin-up tornado, but we're looking a bit weaker right now, which is good, but definitely can't rule out some damaging winds or a weak spin-up tornado with this activity as it moves towards Hooks, Leary, Texarkana, Redwater, Domino, Douglasville, Maud. So those of you up here in portions of Bowie and Cass counties, we want you to continue implementing your tornado safety plans. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible in a sturdy site-built structure. We'll see what the latest velocity scan shows in just a moment, but you can still see some pretty strong winds here. Strong winds about to move into Linden and Jefferson. Strong winds in Longview. We've got reports of power lines down in Tyler on top of a vehicle. Some trees down in southern Smith County. A 58-mile-an-hour wind gust at the Mount Pleasant Regional Airport a bit earlier. So those of you in Texarkana, again, a tornado warning continues through 8:45 a.m. Circulation with strong storms, strong winds back west on on Interstate 30 now near Hooks, down to Maud and Douglasville on Highway 8. All that's moving northeast at 60 to 70 miles an hour, so it will not take long to make it into Texarkana proper. And then once that is through your area, you're done with severe weather for the day in terms of storms. Farther south, we have thunderstorm activity approaching, Linden, Jefferson, Nesbit, Hallsville, Longview. With strong straight-line winds, we could have some wind gusts over 70 miles an hour, especially here. This is going to be in proximity of Highway 154, east of Highway 259, moving towards Hallsville and Nesbit. Seeing some pretty strong winds detected by the Shreveport National Weather Service radar out here. The Doppler portion of Doppler radar. Strong winds possible as well farther south. Excuse me. Sorry, all-nighter. Involuntary yawning. Ignore it. I'm watching a bit of a rotational
Texas
signature.
local storm report from 4 miles south of Levelland in Hockley County, Texas. Non-thunderstorm wind gust magnitude measured 61 miles per hour. Reported by Messonnier. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cherokee, Gregg, Harrison, Marion, Panola, Rusk, and Smith County in Texas.
There's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for this line from Longview, Overton, down towards Gallatin and Ricklaw, Rusk. Moving east-northeast, it's going to be it's not moving at 75 miles an hour. If it is, I'll be impressed. But this warning includes Longview, Hallsville, Marshall, Tatum, Easton, Beckville, Carthage, Henderson, Wascom, DeBerry, Clayton, Brakefield, Henderson, Laneville, Price, Selman City, New London. The potential for damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour. And can't rule out brief tornadoes. Keeping an eye on this thing southeast of Arp, northwest of Henderson, near New London. A little bit of a weird signature showing up there. Not sure if that's actually happening or not, but otherwise, only tornado warnings we have right now. Let's give some clearing. New Boston, you're clear. DeKalb, you're clear. Naples, Marietta, you're clear. Douglasville, give it 5 minutes, you'll be clear. Texarkana, Domino, Larry, you still need to be in your safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, Potential for spin-up tornadoes, damaging straight-line winds, and heavy rain. Oh, that's a scary. Oh, but we're also seeing less of a tornadic signature and just more of a straight-line wind signature. We shall see, but still want folks to be in a safe place. All right. Nasty wind signature. What is this? Starting to see a bit of a circulation develop near Hallsville. Just near Easton. Little bit of a hook right there. We'll keep an eye on that and see if that's a small transient feature or something of concern with storm in for Gregg and Rusk counties. It's going to be a tornado warning now back near New London. It's going to be for New London, Selman City, moving northeast. This does not include the city of Henderson, just south of Kilgore. So again, this is going to be a tornado warning for portions of southern Gregg, northwestern Rusk counties. Circulation very near the intersection of Highway 6442, maybe just north, between Selman City and New London. Moving off to the northeast, this is going to be crossing over Highway 259, just south of the city of Kilgore, making its way towards kind of Lakeport. But again, this is a short duration, short fuse tornado warning. So folks in far southern Gregg County, northern Rusk County, we want you to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, this does not include the city of Henderson. This does not include Lakeport. This does not include Price.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Gregg and Rusk County in Texas.
Oh, excuse me. So, please be in a safe place. Again, that's a tornado warning. For New London, Selman City, and Rolling Meadows just southeast of Kilgore. Make sure we're not missing anything else. I still don't like this thing near Hallsville. And then let's check up here. Might have a circulation trying to develop a bit southeast of Douglasville. A little kink right there where we go from southwest to northeast back to northwest to southeast. That little kink right there. That's where we're watching for these little spin-up circulations. So, just east of Douglasville, moving towards Highway 59 around Domino. Marietta, you're clear. If you're on Highway 8 in Douglasville, Linden, Maud, you're clear. Redwater, it is just east of you, but give it another 5 minutes. I'll be honest, not seeing anything particularly menacing right now in terms of tornadic potential near Leary, Red Bank, but still straight line winds with damaging wind potential for sure. Straight line winds 60 to 70 miles an hour. Moving from west to east at about 70 miles an hour, meaning y'all are going to have issues with that in Texarkana. Damaging winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour will be moving into Nesbitt, Jefferson, and Hallsville in the next few minutes. And then that weird circulation that was northwest of Henderson. Not really there on this scan, but that was pretty weird. Getting a new radar scan now. Sorry, just looking at some data. All right. Let's keep on going, taking a look at things. Let's go back north. Seen a bit of a kink northwest of Queen City, so yeah, that could be a little bit of a circulation trying to develop. I'll be honest, there's nothing that screams tornadoes here right now. We definitely have an area of damaging straight line winds.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Houston, Madison, Polk, San Jacinto, Trinity, and Walker County in Texas.
Okay, so that's going to be back down in the eastern Brazos Valley. We'll look at that in a moment. A lot of wind in West Texas right now. We're getting winds over 60 miles an hour in Lubbock. You heard one of those reports come across the feed a few minutes ago. Damaging straight line winds, maybe a spin-up tornado approaching Leary down to just west of Highway 59, northwest of Atlanta. This will be moving through Texarkana, Domino, Atlanta, the next 10 to 15 minutes. Stay in your safe place. I mean, it's 15 minutes of your time. If you end up with strong winds that knock a tree down onto your building, and I'd rather you be in shelter for sure. Straight line winds approaching Jefferson. They'll be moving into Marshall in the next several minutes. Could be over 60 miles an hour. Bit of rotation still showing up south of Kilgore. It's not... It's just weird. That's what it is. It's just weird. Yeah. I guess there's a pocket of rotation. So... if the audio was out of sync, try that. I will press some buttons on here.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hempstead, Howard, Lafayette, Little River, Miller, Nevada, and Sevier County in Arkansas, Bossier, and Caddo County in Louisiana, Cass, and Marion County in Texas.
Okay, well, have to let me know if that fixed the audio issue. All right. So it is 8:30 a.m. about Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We've got a line of thunderstorms producing damaging winds at this point from near Texarkana to Marshall, back towards Henderson, moving east at 50 to 60 miles an hour. We also now have a line of storms producing damaging winds from Crockett to Lovelady back to just west of Huntsville in parts of East Texas. That's moving east, northeast at 60 miles an hour as well. So this whole line's moving east quickly.
Texas local storm report from 12 miles southwest of Dalhart in Hartley County, Texas. Non-thunderstorm wind gust magnitude measured 59 miles per hour. Reported by Messonnier. Additional information, initial LSR, first high wind gust occurred at 8:25 a.m., event is ongoing.
Keeping an eye on this storm near Marshall. Little bit of a circulation aloft with this thing. It's not doing much outside of that. Tornado warning for the Domino, Queen City area has been allowed to expire. I assume they're going to do the same thing for Texarkana soon, but no, actually, what is that? What is... but we're going to want to keep an eye on it. There is something weird going on here with the storm near Marshall. We're seeing a bit of a circulation. It's going to be southwest sides of Marshall, moving east-northeast towards Marshall. We have an extremely strong amount of wind shear this morning. So sometimes we're seeing some really weird things going on. And this might just be one of them. No tornado debris signature, but an area of damaging wind potential. Maybe a quick spin-up tornado, southwest sides of Marshall. That's weird. Oh, we'll keep an eye on it. Look, the tornado warning south of Kilgore, I'm going to be honest, there's nothing there. I'll show you. There was something wonky earlier, and again, these things are coming and going faster than a 3-year-old on a sugar spike, but well, that's spooky. Let's never do that again. Look, there's really just nothing out here except straight line winds, which in itself is problematic, but that warning can go bye-bye. Weird little weak circulation southwest sides of Marshall. Texarkana, you're technically still under a tornado warning until 8:45. Same for Nash and Leary. You've got a line of storms moving in from the west with straight line wind potential over 70 miles an hour. Maybe a spin-up tornado. I could say the same thing about this whole line, though, to be bluntly honest with you. 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Bit of spinny doom potential, but nothing that screams holy moly guacamole uh-oh spaghettios at this exact second. But it's also a day where things have been spinning up faster than a state trooper going to get a donut. So, is what it is. Okay, that weird velocity thing that was near Marshall, it's still kind of there. That's just weird. I don't know. There's damaging straight line winds. I'm nitpicking over stuff I shouldn't be nitpicking on, but I've also had too much caffeine, and, well, we've been doing coverage since 2:30 in the morning. Speaking of which, where's my donuts? Man, I want donuts now. Anyway, without further ado or digression, what is this doing? By the way, I have 8 monitors around me, in case you're wondering where I'm looking. Camera's right here. Typically, it's straight in front of this monitor I'm using the radar on, but I needed to actually see the radar in detail, so I had to move the camera. Please pardon my rudeness. I don't mean to have you kind of off-center. I like looking at the camera because it's good to maintain eye contact with all of you, like a creepy person. But at times, I do actually need to be able to look around at stuff. I am, again, a little more worried about this thing. Hey, update radar, let's go. The hook is trying to wrap around a little bit here down near Marshall. Rear flank downdraft is starting to try to swing. And as that occurs, we might see an uptick in the low-level rotation potential with this. So, southeast sides, east sides of Marshall, Scottsville, we're going to keep a very close eye on this. Because I don't like where this is. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like this at all. This thing's starting to try to spin up here, southeast sides of Marshall. It's still in its incipient phase, but we're watching it. We're watching it very closely here. There you go. You can see the latest velocity scan just updated. Here's your hook. Here's your inflow. It's your rear flank downdraft trying to swing around. That hook is starting to try to curve out a little bit as that occurs. That's that rear flank downdraft swinging out. You can see we've got a pretty good amount of inflow being ingested into this mesocyclone now. That's what this pink is. That's stronger inflow. And as that rear flank downdraft starts to try to swing around, if that happens, it's going to be able to No, apparently the Weather Service felt the same.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Caddo County in Louisiana, Harrison, and Marion County in Texas.
This storm, by the way, so this is going to be a tornado warning now. As that hook swings around, that rear flank downdraft, we're likely going to see a potential tornado develop as the circulation is able to concise. Skater brings arms in from out. Arms come in, skater
Texas
spins
local
faster.
storm report from 1 mile southeast
Welcome
of
to my
Lubbock
lack
in
of
Lubbock
words.
County, Texas. Non-thunderstorm wind damage. Reported by fire department/rescue. Additional information, tree fell over on carport.
So this is going to be a circulation attempting to develop now. Southeast sides of Marshall, moving up towards Scottsville, Karnak, Leah, uncertain. Here in eastern portions of Marion County, east of Marshall, barely. Y'all are going to want to take your tornado safety precautions. Scottsville, Karnak, uncertain, Leah, L-E-I-G-H. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. In a sturdy site-built structure. We don't want folks traveling on Highway 80 between Interstate 20 and Marshall. This is north of I-20 already. But again, we probably have a tornado developing right now near the Marshall Airport. Southeast sides of Marshall right now. So we want folks to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. No tornado debris signature yet, but you can see how that hook, look at that. It's wrapping around. As that happens, we're going to see that circulation become stronger and stronger, and it's eventually going to spin up and likely produce a tornado here very shortly, if not already, near the Marshall Airport, moving northeast. This is going to be moving towards Scottsville, Karnak, and Leah. We don't want any travel on Highway 43 between Karnak and Marshall. We don't want folks going north of I-20 right now on Highway 134, especially between, let's just say, Jefferson and Wascom. And one of my mods or something, let me know if the audio fixed a bit earlier when I was messing with it. Making sure we're not going to miss anything else. You'd see, yeah, that hook's wrapping around. No tornado debris signature yet. We'd be looking for a little blue donut in a sea of red. Texarkana, worst is in your area right now. Only tornado warning we're dealing with is this storm east sides of Marshall. We'll see if it's able to spin up or not. Testing. Spin up or not? Well, according to my YouTube channel, it's okay. I'm looking at it. I'm holding my nose like a derp. Testing. Up or not? Well, according to my YouTube channel, it's okay. Okay, I'm looking good enough. All right, so possible tornado near the Marshall Airport, east of Marshall on Highway 80. That's going to be moving towards Scottsville and Karnak. Make sure we're not missing anything else. Line of storms down Highway 43 to Tatum to near Mount Enterprise to Cushing. Could have some strong winds. We've got storms down in East Texas now from near Kennard to Trinity to Huntsville. Those could be producing wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles an hour at times. And Texarkana, you're technically under a tornado warning for a few more minutes, but if you haven't been hit by a tornado yet, you're probably not going to be. And then these storms are moving into Arkansas. So that will be the end of that for far northeastern Texas in the next 10 minutes. Keeping an eye on these storms near Marshall. Circulation not as... Well, actually, let me not say that yet. Let's see what this latest radar scan does. Yeah, there may very well be something. Right here, just southwest of Scottsville. Now, just a couple miles northeast of the Marshall Airport. That'd be moving up towards the west sides of Scottsville, east of Marshall. Marshall, if you're in the city of Marshall, you're clear from this, unless you're east of town. This is just north of 80 now. If we had a tornado down, it would have crossed 80 near the Marshall Airport. It's going to be moving northeast now, passing just west of Scottsville, moving up pretty much towards Karnak. This is about 9 miles southwest of Karnak. Moving up northeast at 60 to 70 miles an hour. This probably will not be something that lasts long, so let's do this. Texarkana, you're clear. Domino, you're clear. Atlanta, you're clear. Jefferson, you're clear. Linden, you're clear. Douglasville, you're clear. Maud, you're clear. Leary, you're clear. New Boston, you're clear. Far northeast Texas, you're clear from everything. Congratulations. Marshall, you're clear unless you're east of town. Scottsville, you are not clear. You've got still a storm with strong rotation near you and damaging winds. Back southwest we go. Beckville, you've got strong winds approaching. Mount Enterprise, same thing. Strong winds, heavy rain. Alto, some heavy rain, gusty winds. Then Kennard, Lovelady, Trinity, Riverside to Huntsville. Y'all also have some gusty winds. Brief, moderate to heavy rain.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bossier, Caddo, DeSoto, and Webster County in Louisiana. Harrison, Marion, and Panola County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Caddo, and DeSoto County in Louisiana. Angelina, Cherokee, Nacogdoches, Panola, Rusk, San Augustine, and Shelby County in Texas.
All right, so you can hear that. A couple of severe storm warnings. This now does include, I guess, the whole line, pretty much from this point from Huntsville, Tex, all the way up to Texarkana. Potential for storms to produce localized damaging wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles an hour, heavy rain. At times, the potential will also include spin-up tornadoes. These storms will continue moving east at about 60 miles an hour. You can see now that the sun's up, we actually have some satellite data, but I'll still turn the radar on. You can see how quickly skies are cleared behind this initial line. Here, I'll just switch to this. And the west winds of doom are coming on back in. Storms moving east, 50 to 60 to 70 miles an hour. Potential tornado now, just east of Scottsville. We're going to have to go back to that mid-stretch, too. All right. So, again, you can see we got shower storms southeast Texas. There's nothing really severe with that right now. All right, let's go back to the high-res radar. Let me show you what we're looking at here. Just east of Scottsville, right there. Seeing a bit of a jump in that velocity couplet. A little bit of a circulation on I-20 now, too, east of Marshall. So apparently we're starting to do this whole circulation thing again. So one circulation just east of Scottsville. One circulation showing up just southwest of Scottsville. Both moving east, east-northeast, 60 miles an hour. Damaging straight line winds for sure. And yeah, there might be a spin-up tornado as well. Keep an eye on that. But again, tornado warning does continue for Scottsville. Uncertain. Leah, Karnak. Northwest of Wascom. Marshall, you're clear. No tornado debris signatures at this point. That's good. Here's the velocity, and again, a couple of spins around Scottsville. Back southwest we go. You can see the leading edge of the line extends from, well, at this point, Carthage to Mount Enterprise to Wells, Kennard, Groveton. Then we have some heavy storms with rain in the Houston metro. There's nothing severe with that activity right now. Probably won't be. But again, this line of storms moving across East Texas towards the Toledo Bend Reservoir. Far East Texas, the potential for damaging winds that could knock down trees, cause power outages, some damage. And there is the potential for a few spin-up tornadoes, as we've seen from time to time this morning. Pretty nasty little wind surge just east of Scottsville. Could be winds over 60 to 70. And this will be crossing into Louisiana here in the next probably 10 minutes. We'll keep an eye on it. We're going to do real quick. It's 8:51. We're going to take a quick break here. I'm going to be back at 8:55. I'm going to go grab more caffeine, to be honest with you. I don't think we'll keep an eye on this thing just east of Scottsville as it continues moving east-northeast towards the Louisiana state line. Uncertain, I think you're going to be okay. This thing's moving more east than northeast. So uncertain, you're getting wind, but you're going to have issues with wind, heavy rain. If we have any sort of tornadic circulation, and that looks less likely based on this new scam, damaging straight line winds for sure. It's moving towards Wascom versus uncertain. So it's moving more east now versus northeast. But again, we'll be back here in just a couple minutes with continuing updates. I'm going to go find more caffeine because clearly I have an issue with that. So we'll be right back in 3 minutes.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Harris, Liberty, Montgomery, Polk, San Jacinto, and Trinity County in Texas. Texas local storm report from 1 mile southeast of Rawls in Crosby County, Texas. Non-thunderstorm wind gust magnitude measured 61 miles per hour. Reported by Messonnier.
All right, we are back. It's 8:54. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We continue to monitor a line of thunderstorms moving across portions of East Texas, the eastern Brazos Valley, RIP voice, and into parts of southeast Texas where we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Quickly, we'll take a look at the velocity on this thunderstorm. Tornado warning, yeah, there's nothing that screams tornado issues imminently with that. We'll keep an eye on that thing northwest of Wascom. Otherwise, we have a line of storms now extending. I'm just going to go the statewide view. Play the radar. I don't know why that's just looping so fast. You can see we've got storms from, well, pretty much Louisiana, Texas state line on I-20, now into Arkansas. Back southwest, Nacogdoches to Vail, Apple Springs, Centrilla, Groveton, and the Weather Service has put a severe thunderstorm warning out on all these storms along the Highway 59 corridor from Livingston to Shepherd to Cleveland to Roman Forest to just north of the Houston Metro. I guess they are concerned about damaging straight-line winds making it down to the surface. No hail, just strong winds. And that activity continues to move east-northeast at 50 to 60 miles per hour. Oh, excuse me. Got a tornado warning for Harrison County. Guessing it is for this thing, yeah, just south of, north of Wascom, moving towards, well, Shreveport. It's going to be a tornado warning for a circulation trying to spin up just north of Wascom, kind of that kink there. This is going to include like 2 miles of Texas before it moves into Caddo Parish, Louisiana, and towards Blanchard, Louisiana, and Shreveport, Louisiana. But that is going to stay well north of Wascom, north of I-20. It's well east of Scottsville. Scottsville, you're clear. Marshall, you're clear. Uncertain, you're clear. And the rest of these storms are producing damaging winds and heavy rainfall. As I stretch. Hi.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Caddo County in Louisiana, Harrison County in Texas,
So again, that is about to cross into Louisiana, which is good. What we're going to do here is we're going to turn everything off. We're going to take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model, because we're going to need to start transitioning over to fire coverage here soon, I think. Which means we're going to have to do some housekeeping. So let me load the HER just to show y'all what we expect for precipitation going into this evening. I mean, this evening, not even this evening. Let's just say the next few hours. We're going to run this from 9 a.m. through 2. So here's the high-res rapid refresh model next several hours. You can see these storms, East Texas, we're going to be done by 11 a.m. We've got some light rain now, Panhandle, West Texas. Anything that was snow has changed over to rain. That's going to stop eventually, but we're going to have a huge amount of wind and dust being blown across West Texas, the Permian Basin, the Concho Valley, the Edwards Plateau, the Big Bend, far West Texas, the Trans-Pecos, Hill Country, Central Texas, South Central Texas. A very big, bad, very mad, bad wildfire day, wind day, blowing dust day setting up. So you can see, and that's all thanks to this huge spiraling storm system across the plains. I mean, this thing is going bonkers. So we will be done with the storms here in the next couple hours here in Texas. But fire weather and wind are just beginning to increase. And here's the, well, satellite. You can see Cold front, arcing line of towering cumulus here up in East Texas, rapidly clearing skies north, central, south central Texas. And I'm pretty sure if I turn a different product on that can pick up dust, we're going to see that as well. And dust is going to be areas of bright, bright pink. It may not be super evident right now outside of Interstate 10 around Fort Stockton to Balmora, but this thing's going to be lit up like a Christmas tree later. So, yay. So again, that circulation north of Wascom is now in Louisiana, moving towards Blanchard and Shreveport, Louisiana. We're going to have the potential for showers and storms the next, well, really 2 to 3 hours across the Golden Triangle, the Piney Woods of East Texas, the Toledo Bend Reservoir. Some of these storms are going to be capable of producing damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour. We can't completely rule out the possibility of a couple of brief tornadoes. I'm going to look at some data on my end. But hopefully we're going to be starting to wind things down here soon. What we're going to do is, if you're watching us on Facebook, you can find us on YouTube. If you're watching us on YouTube, what we're going to do for now is we're going to switch y'all over to our weather radar stream with music and audible and visual weather warnings. And if we have any more tornado issues, we'll come back, but we need to do some housekeeping. I need to get a Texas Weather Roundup out, and we need to start preparing to do fire coverage and wind coverage, because we're going to have big issues with fires today. So, damaging winds will continue with this line of storms and spots as they move east over the next 2 hours until they exit Texas and Louisiana. Threat for far northeast Texas is over. Threat for East Texas is confined to areas east of I-45 now, and will soon be east of Highway 59, moving into Louisiana by noon, mostly by 11 a.m., honestly. And a lot of this activity, localized damaging winds will be possible, over 60. There is some risk we could deal with a little bit of a tornado threat. We'll try to do our best to keep an eye on it, and if we have to, we'll come back. But for now, that's going to conclude our long-form severe weather coverage here at 9:03 a.m. As always, you can get your local weather forecast, interactive weather radar, daily Texas weather roundups, and more in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your devices. And, of course, you can find us on the web at texasstormchasers.com. Thank you for watching us this afternoon. We will be back if needed. Otherwise, keep an eye out for our Texas Weather Roundup forecast that will focus
Texas
on the wind
local
and fire
storm
today.
report from 6 Northwest
And
White River Lake in Crosby County.
We will do our best to keep you updated on the wind and fire elements of this evolving weather event across the state of Texas. All right, we'll see you again here in a bit. Have a good day. And God bless.